It's the 2K Sports pregame show.
Welcome to 2K Sports, everybody. Thanks for joining us. Ernie Johnson, Shaquille O'Neal, and Kenny the Jet Smith. Moments away, it'll be the Chicago Bulls going up against the Pistons in Detroit. And guys, for the Pistons, they split the season series against these guys last season, 2 games apiece. Should be a good one tonight. And let's talk for a moment about Derrick Rose. He's missed so much time the past several seasons with injuries. Kenny, is it too much to expect him to return to his former level, his MVP level?
Well, maybe not the MVP level, but he still can be a serviceable all-star, meaning he might not be able to dominate for 82 games, but he could do it for 40. And then he could do it for playoff time. So I do think the knee surgeries took a little toll on him, as they would any player, but I still think he has a lot left in the tank.
He might be able to get back to his MVP level, but that's going to take a full season. A full season of injury-free play to get that confidence back. Full season, Ernie, 82 games.
That does it for us. Kevin Harlan with the call, and we will see you later on.
Great view from across the water, looking at a majestic Motor City skyline. Good Friday night to you, sports fans. You've come to the right place. It's the NBA on 2K Sports. Joined in the booth with Clark Kellogg and Greg Anthony, this is Kevin Harlan. And for the Detroit Pistons, they come into tonight's game after the loss to the Jazz.
Yeah, they were in a funk from the field in that game. Credit the defense, though, because even when they got open looks, no rhythm to knock them down.
Hey, guys. Hey, every team has a night like that on occasion. It happens. Hey, we call them gong games. You just want to hit the gong, forget about them, and move on.
All fueled up and ready to go. Let's check out who's on the floor, courtesy of Gatorade. So for Chicago right now, Rose is the 1 with Butler as the 2. Mirotic is out there with Pau Gasol. And it's Hayward in at the 3. Now here's Hayward. And Butler gets it to go on the assist by Hayward. Butler's got the game going here with the first basket for Chicago. Detroit's gone 0 of 2 from deep here.
You know, Jimmy Butler is one of those guys who had to overcome major odds just to get to the NBA. Reportedly, his father abandoned the family when Jimmy was an infant. Mom kicked Jimmy out when he was 13. The obstacles and adversity go on and on, yet he's made it and made it big.
On defense, the Pistons. Outside Rose. First quarter, about a minute and a half in. And there's the pass to Hayward. Just 5 on the clock. Mirotic has a wide open look. Had the space there, but it's offline. Detroit's gone 1 of 3 from beyond the arc so far in the game. Jackson with it, and Rose picks him up defensively. And that one's good. Drummond.
Oh, that is just weak defense there. I'm pretty sure that was not the plan to give him those kind of baskets at the hoop.
Now here's Rose. He had a 12-point outing in their last game against Brooklyn. Jackson with it. Here's Caldwell Pope. Jimmy Butler comes up with the rebound.
If they could end every possession with that shot, they'd be happy. 9 times out of 10, that's an easy layup for him.
And Hayward gets it to go.
You know, his ability is matched only by his energy, guys. I mean, he's usually in the middle of everything for his team.
Jackson kicks to Caldwell Pope. That's good. And it's Jackson with the assist that time. Caldwell Pope's got a pair of threes now in the first quarter for the Pistons. Right wing from the arc. Mirotic gets the bucket. Mirotic just got himself going with the triple, his first basket of the game.
And they're just raining threes on both ends.
Boy, I love the answer. You come at me with the 3, I'm coming right back with my own triple. He always knows where his teammate's going to be, and Kevin, that will let him put the ball where he wants it, right waiting for him.
Rose, no good. Pistons leading by 3.
Well, we know prior to last season, the Pistons handed the car keys over to Stan Van Gundy. He had some early hiccups, but overall, I think they're headed in the right direction. He's a proven winning coach in the NBA.
And it's Butler with the jam.
Really good awareness right there on the assist.
Just under 3.5 minutes gone here in the first quarter. Let's find out what Doris Burke has for us.
Thank you, Kevin. A bit ago, Stan Van Gundy and I were able to chat. He said that their defensive focus, no surprise, will be trying to keep Derrick Rose out of the lane. He added, "You know he's come a long way as an outside shooter, but he's a pick-your-poison type of player. We can't let him get into the paint." Makes sense, Kevin.
Thanks, Doris. Well, with Coach Stan Van Gundy, it was a very successful first year in Detroit. He's a guy who's going to build around defense. That's been his MO.
And Van Gundy has always been a defensive first type guy, Kevin. I mean, the last 30 years, has probably the best defensive efficiency for a career as a coach. And his teams always play with great emphasis on that side of the ball.
Now Hayward. After the missed three from Reggie Jackson, Hayward with the ball. Picked up by Harris. Mirotic, the basket good off the assist from Hayward. 6 points for Nikola Mirotic.
How in the world did they let him get that wide open?
And the Pistons decide to take their first timeout right here. This is their first chance to take a look at the Bulls this season.
Yeah, two conference rivals. I mean, they'll play each other a total of 4 times this season.
Yeah, plenty of opportunity here, guys, to get on each other's bad side. I mean, if they weren't already. Should make for some fairly high drama.
Here's what Detroit's going with right now. Aaron Baines, he's checked in for Drummond. Morris comes in for Anthony Townsend. Johnson, he's checked in for Harris. And it's Jody Meeks in for Kentavious Caldwell-Pope.
Well, that's inexcusable to throw a pass that far off the mark.
For Chicago, they won their last contest, that game against the Brooklyn Nets.
And really an emphatic win for them, especially considering that it came in an opponent's building, and there's no question it was their offense that carried them.
I love the way they went and got this game, Greg. I mean, they attacked at every opportunity, never relaxed or sat back, and as a result, they eventually pulled away.
And finished off by Mirotic.
Well, that's why they're on the lead. Aggressive play at both ends. Very nicely done there.
Absolutely. They make the steal, pay dividends instantly on the fast break.
Here's Jackson after the Bulls pick up 2. And they double up Jackson. And Baines kicks to Johnson. And it goes as the official calls the foul. Count it. He'll shoot one more at the free throw line.
Chicago foul. First personal foul. Teams first.
And guys, let's get your take on the scoring breakdown for the Bulls.
Guys, they are dialed in from beyond right now. They didn't waste any time getting into a groove in this game.
They've been distributing the ball really well tonight, too. I mean, a decent number of assists so far for them.
Now here's Gobert. The jump hook. Tried to bank it in, but he misses. If they time it right, they can end this quarter with a 2 for 1.
And that's how you want to end the quarters.
That'll go on McDermott.
And guys, he's not the tallest or most imposing wing player, but Stanley Johnson has incredible strength and really unmatched confidence. One reason why so many were high on him in the draft.
And for Johnson out of Arizona, Greg, his strength, as you were talking about, is his biggest asset. Helps that he has this incredible arm span. And Clark, you know what? He told me he likes to play the 2K game.
Yeah, he does enjoy that. He likes to play the real game, too,
yeah,
because he's hyper-competitive, and I think he's got a chance to be a superb defender at the NBA level.
Good. Boy, this game is off to a flying start.
Yeah, we're seeing some high-octane offense from both sides in this one.
Mirotic's shot is off. Jackson. Tie game in Detroit. And Pau Gasol, after some great years and some difficult years, talks about now his newfound excitement playing with the Chicago Bulls.
I mean, I think it's been noticeable just because this has been my decision, too. And I want to make it good, great, actually. Not good, but great.
I think you'd have to say that Casal's decision to go to Chicago, Clark, was great. He clearly gave it a lot of thought. It's hard to imagine him having made a better pick.
You know, I agree. Not only is he happy, but so are his teammates. Ask Rose and Noah and Butler. Those guys love playing with him, and you can see how the change of scenery rejuvenated the big Spaniard, too.
And the second quarter getting underway. No team gaining an edge so far. And what stands out to you from the Pistons so far in this one?
It's all about the depth, really. The bench has been the difference. The bench play really has separated these two teams.
Yeah, it's been a huge advantage for them. That bench has really made a nice contribution.
On the court right now, second quarter for the Bulls. Jimmy Butler is out there with McDermott. Then it's Sheldon Mack. And it's Rudy Gobert. And it's Calderon in at the 2. Well, last season, the Pistons didn't reach the playoffs for the 6th consecutive season. They're making progress, but as we can all see, still have a lot of work to do.
Yeah, you know, they were spoiled for a while there. How about going to the playoffs for 1996 to 2009? So it's been a rough stretch here of late, but you get the feeling that the building blocks are in place for another push.
Here's Mack. The shot's good on. The assist by Butler. And it's a 4-point Bulls lead.
Hard to get that one off with the size difference there. That makes it a tough individual matchup for him, especially down low.
Well, took on the big guys going in there and challenging them like he did. But, boy, that was a nice job.
And it's out of bounds. They say it was last touched by Jackson. Caldwell Pope, he's checked in for Jody Meeks. Chicago also making some changes. Gasol comes in for McDermott, and Derrick Rose is subbed in for Jose Calderon. And here in the second, with about a minute and a half gone by, there's Rose with the 3. No good. Pistons trail by 4. Kicks it to Drummond. A good finish at the rack off the slick feed. Drummond's got his second basket of the night.
And that assist got him a little nod from his teammate after that one.
Here's Gobert. It's good. And there's a block called in the play. play. He'll get one free throw.
And guys, they continue to put a lot of pressure on the interior defenders with the way they work down low.
It's becoming a theme in this game, Clark. They are piling up the points in the paint.
So for the Pistons, Tolliver comes in for Marcus Morris, and it's Reggie Bullock in for Reggie Jackson. And the Bulls making a change here as well. Gordon Hayward's checked in for Shelvin Mack. Bulls always seem to be tough on the road, and last season no different. They would end with 23 road wins on the year.
And that number was good enough for the second most in the East. Unlike shooting, it's very hard for defenses to go cold, and that's why the Bulls have been so good on the road.
And Chicago has possession following the three by Detroit. There's Rose with the three. The shot's good on the assist by Butler. Rose has got his first bucket of the game, and he's on the board for three. And stolen by Butler. And Hayward with a clear path to the hoop. Rips down the breakaway slam.
And that's the kind of play you just do not want to give up defensively. You lose the possession and give up a quick two at the other end. That's losing basketball.
Especially when you can't afford to give up any buckets. That's a nice lead now.
Went for the two-hander on that slam. That's where the weight room comes into play, Kevin.
I think some urgency from him there.
I think he's sensing that this is a critical time in the game, fellas. And guys, touching back on the Bulls on the road to illustrate how good they are on the road. Last season marked the 5th straight year of a road record above 500. Incredible consistency as a franchise.
Off his foot, and the refs whistling a kick ball. Mirotic is checked in for Gobert. Bullock dishes to Tolliver. And he takes the fantastic lead pass up strong for the slam.
You know, there are a lot of bigger power forwards than him in the NBA, but very few that rise up like he can. Yeah, you know, here's another stat for the Bulls on the road. Since 2010, when Tom Thibodeau took over, the Bulls have won almost 60% of their road games. That's impressive.
That's good. 10 points for Nikola Mirotic.
They are not rotating nearly quickly enough on defense down low. Got to get quicker there.
Just no resistance on the interior.
Up off the screen.
And it was the screen there, guys, that freed him up as he ran his man into it.
And then it was all acceleration, GA, to the bucket right after that.
Almost a backboard breaker.
And that was Kia bringing you the close-up on the big-time play. And here are the Bulls now after the basket by Detroit.
They've been outstanding from three-point range in this quarter.
Pistons trail by 8. 1:53 left now here in the second. Bullock passes to Tolliver. Here's Caldwell Pope. Another field goal for him. 4 for 6 shooting tonight.
They're forcing the ball inside, and it's working beautifully.
It really is. 5 out of 6 of their last field goals have come from the paint.
And the first time out of the game called for Chicago.
I think he just sees some things that can be improved and wants to get everybody back on the same page.
And usually that, to me, is a good use of the timeout. I mean, if there's something that he's noticed that can give his team a lift, I think he's got to try to take advantage of that.
A different look here for Detroit. Aaron Baines, he's checked in for Andre Drummond, and it's Johnson in for Tobias Harris. So Chicago going with an almost entirely new group here. Lance Thomas, he's checked in for Mirotic. McDermott comes in for Gordon Hayward. Jose Calderon, he's checked in for Jimmy Butler, and Max subbed in for Derrick Rose. Tolliver with the bucket.
That's the 10th straight point they've given up in the paint.
And you know, it doesn't matter how good your defense is on the perimeter if you're going to allow easy ones inside like that.
Max, good. Max got the lead back up to 9 now for the Bulls.
Nice job creating for the easy deuce.
Caldwell Pope kicks to Johnson. 56 seconds left here in the second. Bullock offline with his 3. The Bulls leading by 9. McDermott dishes to Gasol. Lets the 3 fly. The rebound by Caldwell Pope.
Kevin, I didn't like that defensive effort at all, but they're lucky he missed it.
Yeah, you hope that's not indicative of the type of D they're going to play, because if they do, they're going to have struggles with him tonight.
And Thomas, here we go. And so he draws the foul on the shot, a trip to the line to shoot 2. This is his first trip to the line tonight.
Lance Thomas taking 2 shots.
Shooting 2. Shooting 2.
Free throw good, Thomas. For the Pistons, Marcus Morris is checked in for Tolliver. Jody Meeks comes in for Reggie Bullock. And Reggie Jackson subbed in for Caldwell Pope. Second free throw, no good. Pistons trail by 10. On the wing, Johnson. He has 7. And he was camped in the lane there, and he gets the 3-second call. Here's Mack, guarded by Jackson. Calderon for 3, and the basket good. Calderon's got 5. The drive by Jackson, and Gasol sends it back. And so we wrap up the first half. Bulls lead by 13. We'll see you back here after the break for third quarter basketball.
It's the 2K Sports Halftime Show.
Hello again, everybody. Ernie Johnson here, joined by Shaquille O'Neal and Kenny the Jet Smith. We welcome you to the halftime show. It was a closely contested first quarter for Chicago. Their biggest lead during the opening period was 5. The second quarter was where they really opened things up. They were by far the stronger team, both defensively and when they had the ball. Their 13-point halftime lead, no accident. And Shaq, what did you see out there from the Bulls?
They did an awesome-erific job. That's right, Ernie. Awesome-erific. That's awesome and terrific together. Anyway, they did an awesome-erific job of limiting turnovers. They were almost mistake-free. They put you in the right frame of mind when you can play like that. As long as they keep protecting the ball in the next 2 quarters, they will protect the lead.
Kenny, what'd you think about Detroit?
I felt they had a lack of intensity defensively. They gave up way too many threes. I mean, somebody needs to pull out the fire hose because this fire is out of control, and it certainly wasn't because of their defense.
And that's going to do it for now as the second half is almost ready to get started. Back to Kevin Harlan and the rest of the 2K Sports crew. We're going to sit right here and wait for the end of the game and talk at you again.
Welcome back, everybody. Third quarter just about to get going here in what has been so far a runaway game. Mirotic really making a difference here.
Yeah, he's played just a smart game overall offensively, looking for and finding the gaps in the defense, and also terrific shot selection.
Greg, that's exactly what we're talking about when we talk about being efficient as an offensive player. Fully on display there with him.
The big men, Tolliver and Drummond. Jackson and Caldwell Pope, the guards. And it's Harris in at the small forward position. That's the group for Detroit right now. And that one's good.
Just a little confusion among the D as to who was supposed to be on it. And really, the Bulls weathered a lot of injuries last season and still had a good showing in the East. Came away with the 3 seed when many thought they would sink down after missing so many games from key players.
Here is Rose, following the score by Reggie Jackson. Rose kicks to Mirotic. Yes, and it's Rose with the assist that time. Rose has got 4 assists now tonight.
They're going back to the three-point shot over and over and over.
And they may have found the Achilles heel of this defense. That was their 9th straight point from beyond the arc.
Cutting into that lead a little bit. Way to finish.
And the basket is still shaking.
Oh, I mean, he has got power in bunches on that 2-hand. 3 for 3, and that's always a good way to start the second half.
Here's Jackson after Pau Gasol's bucket. It's Jackson with the drive. And Harris wide open. He shoots. His 3-pointers off the mark.
You can't miss those, but even the best do on occasion.
And he hits it and gets hacked on the play. A 3-point possibility if he can convert the free throw.
And really, it looks like he may just try to take this thing over on his own and really build that lead up.
Gobert, he's checked in for Chicago. The Bulls shooting their 4th attempt at the free throw line right here. And the free throw, no good.
Pau Gasol was the number 3 pick back in 2001. He managed to average 18 and 9 his first season, was Rookie of the Year, became a perennial All-Star. There's no way his younger brother Mark, who was a 2nd-round pick, could ever match up to that, right? Not so fast, people. Mark's pretty good, too. It seems that every pass they make is leading to a score here. I mean, that's just exquisite ball movement.
And that's because the ball is looking for the best shot, and it's really paid off for them during the run.
Now a timeout called by Detroit. Talking about Pau and brother Mark, both of them were excellent last season. The difference is that Pau has always been considered a great prospect, so detractors are much harder on him when they see cracks, I think, Greg, in his game.
Yeah, you know, for Marc Gasol, it can only exceed expectations because they started out so low. I'd simply say that if I had to pick between one or the other for best career, I'd do everything I could to pick both.
Good way to get out of it. Good answer. And here's Jackson after Jimmy Butler made that last 3-pointer. Pass to Caldwell Pope. The Pistons working the ball around now. Harris missing again.
Boy, I tell you what, the complexion of this game would be completely different if he'd shot the ball anything like he's capable of.
Detroit's gone 0-2 from deep to start things here in the second half. Jackson passes to Caldwell Pope. Back to Jackson. They need this. Shot's good. Jackson's got 5 now.
That's the kind of D that you're not going to find success with, guys. They've got to get a hand in the face.
Rose dishes to Mirotic. Back to Rose. Butler kicks to Rose. And count the basket. He was fouled, and he's going to the line for one more.
Another pass put right into the shooter's pocket, right in the shooting pocket for a terrific assist. They've done a lot of that today.
And it's something we haven't seen much of at the opposite end of the floor.
And the Pistons making a change here. Bullock's checked in. The Bulls shooting their 5th free throw of the game here.
Derrick Rose possesses a great skill set, ball handling, passing, and understanding of how to score. First rookie to ever win the All-Star Weekend Skills Challenge.
Here's Caldwell Pope. He's got 10. Passes it to Jackson. Now the feed to Tolliver. Shot clock at 6. They get the rebound. Here's Caldwell Pope. And he was fouled on the way up. 2 free throws now for him.
Checking out the game, Kentavious Caldwell Pope has had 10 points, and he's got 2 baskets from out in three-point land.
And I'm sure they'd like to get a few more of those out of him.
And guys, you know, Kentavious Caldwell Pope, this guy, screams potential at you. I mean, perfect size and length and speed for a two-guard. He plays both ends. Right now, it's all about consistency for him. Fellas, that's exactly the job the big guy has to do for him. Contest every rebound.
Jackson against Hayward. Jackson kicks to Caldwell Pope. And it's going to be 2 free throws through contact on the shot. On the topic of Caldwell Pope, he's the kind of guy who needs a year to feel his way around. In college, Greg, you may recall he showed dramatic improvement between years 1 and 2. The same thing has been true in the pros.
Yeah, and he has everything going for him. I mean, excellent outside shot, tremendous defensive tools. He just needs to add some strength and stay in attack mode to reach the next level in his development.
And the shot counts. He's fouled, and it's a chance for a three-point play.
That's outstanding hang-time improvisation right there.
Johnson, he's checked in for Detroit.
And the Pistons were a better team last season than they were in 2014. I mean, they still ended up bottom in the Central Division, but most of it was because of how strong the Central really was last season.
And the three off target.
Boy, they're fortunate. The defense was taking a big chance, leaving him that wide open behind the arc. And that's another assist for a team that is putting on a clinic on how to share the ball.
And I love the mentality that they've had. If a shot isn't there, they're not forcing it. They're moving it side to side until they finally get the one they want.
Well, I tell you, he squeezed that orange as tight as he could before that throwdown.
Yeah, no way he was going to lose that thing on the way up. You're right, Clark.
And better safe than sorry on that one, guys.
Well, Greg, as you said, the Pistons were last in the Central Division last year. They had finished fourth each of the last 4 years before that, Clark.
And, you know, the Pistons actually had more wins last year coming in last than they did in any of the 4 seasons they finished fourth. I mean, just shows you how tough and improved the Central Division was last year.
Now, here's Meeks. Calderon unable to get his shot to go. And Meeks kicks to Johnson. And the wide-open shot from Morris. That's in, coming off an assist from Johnson.
Yeah, it looks like he saw some things out there that need to be adjusted, and it's going to take a break here and talk it over.
Hey, you know, coaches sometimes need a break in the action to rethink and retool a bit. Anytime you're in that situation, it makes sense to use the timeout.
Chicago calls timeout.
Yeah, the Pistons ended last season with a record of 32-50. They played decently enough against the rest of the East and had 23 of their 32 wins against the Eastern Conference.
Detroit making a switch here. Jackson's checked in. Chicago also making some changes. Pau Gasol, he's checked in for Rudy Gobert. Thomas comes in for Gordon Hayward. And Moore subbed in for Shelvin Mack. And Detroit has possession. Jose Calderon missing from long range. Got that one. The Bulls' lead has been cut down now to just 12 points with the basket from Baines. And Detroit last season against the East played well for stretches. They couldn't find that consistency to climb the ladder in the East.
And they had a lot of changes going on. Tons of transition for this group. But let's face it, they did play well down the stretch. A lot of wins against playoff teams from the East. And went 500 against Eastern playoff teams in their final 10 matchups.
Now here's McDermott. He's been patient so far. Nothing yet on the scoreboard. And it's going to be a goaltending call here, so they'll count the bucket.
He got there late, but you do have to like the aggressiveness to go after the block. But that one's going to count.
And an instant reaction to that call from the fans.
Well, you know, they can be very vociferous when they disagree, and that whistle did not go over well with the crowd.
And it will go, and the Bulls' lead is cut down to just 12 points with the basket from Johnson. Here's McDermott. Sinks it. What range from outside. Wow. McDermott's got himself on the board with 3 there. And here at the end of the third quarter, it's a double-digit ball game. It's the Bulls up by 15. And after a quick break, we're going to come right back with the start of the fourth quarter. And we welcome you back as we get going here in the fourth quarter. The final quarter of play can change everything. The Pistons shooting so far very efficient all around, about 55% on the court for the Bulls, getting this fourth quarter started. Rose is the one with Butler as the two. Hayward out there with Heritage, and it's Gasol at the center.
And how about the offensive rebound with a little extra punch on the putback?
You're right, Craig. As they look to trim the deficit, could we see them send a few more bodies to the boards from here on out? Maybe, just maybe.
Well, I don't think it would be a bad idea, Kevin. I mean, they could use all the second chance points they can get.
Here's Meeks after Pau Gasol's bucket. Jackson has the open look, but they recover it. Back to Harris. Three-pointer. Rebound by the Bulls. 22 is their biggest lead. They'll be hosting Orlando for the next one. That game is the first and last of their homestand.
He power surged that one down. Wow.
Yeah, good term to use. One of the game's top dunkers for sure.
Folks, that's not a petty, not a Manny. That's a facial.
Now, here's Meeks. On the wing, Harris. Trying to break that ice-cold streak, and that's 2 points on the layup.
4 of their last 5 makes came off of a high-quality shot inside.
Textbook. Really, when you look at how they're playing, they are having their way down low.
And out of bounds as Chicago gains possession.
Bulls ball.
Contavious Caldwell-Pope, he's checked in for Jody Meeks. Gobert, he's checked in for Chicago. The Bulls leading by 15. And Mirotic kicks to Butler. And he's good on the 3-ball. Butler's got 5 points now in the quarter.
He's been one of their more reliable options today, guys. I mean, his shooting has led them to this lead.
Tolliver with the bucket.
And a sharp pass to set up that high percentage shot in close.
For Chicago, they've gone 3 of 4 on field goal attempts since getting things started here in the fourth. There's Rose with the 3. Another 3 for Chicago.
They're relying on their three-point shooting and getting pretty good results right now.
You're right. 3 of their last 5 makes are from beyond the arc. And there was a question of whether or not Derrick Rose would be able to get back to his former self. At times last season, you could see him back in that MVP form.
Now a timeout called by Detroit. And with Rose again, he showed flashes last season of his level of play, Clark, before the injury.
Yeah, exactly. And you hate to see any player go down with injuries, especially a talent like Derrick Rose. He still needs to show that he can regain that high level of NBA play for an entire season. I think that's just a matter of time, Kevin.
So Chicago going with an almost entirely new group. Mike Dunleavy, he's checked in for Mirotic. McDermott comes in for Gordon Hayward. Ejuan Moore, he's checked in for Butler. And Max subbed in for Rose. Last quarter of play, about 2 minutes in now. Drummond a screen. Caldwell-Pope kicks to Jackson. Pistons keep it alive. Drummond, no good off the front iron. Chicago leading by 19. Feeds it to McDermott for 3, and the shot is good.
All these open threes they're giving up have really been the driving force of this run.
And the points are starting to add up in a hurry, especially when you're giving up those looks from deep.
Now here's Jackson. The dish to Drummond. Can't get it to go. Now Chicago takes it the other way. Here's Moore. Out of bounds. Detroit takes possession. And so it's Detroit with the ball. Outside Jackson to the left side wing. Here's Caldwell-Pope. The basket drops, and he gets fouled on the shot. 1 free throw coming his way.
Great job of screening there. Nice job to take it to the rim and get the finish.
The Bulls leading by 19. Here's Gobert. Offline with his 3. Now here's Jackson on the wing. Harris pulls up from the corner. It's good. The assist this time from Jackson. Jackson's got 9 assists now tonight.
Chicago timeout call.
Chicago calls timeout.
And for Reggie Jackson, the league is going the right way in terms of his skill set. Everyone loves the guard who can shoot well enough to bust the zone as well as make plays for others and at the rim. And Jackson is that guy.
Bulls are going 5 of 8 shooting as we've come down the home stretch in this final quarter. There's the triple. Count the bucket. And the Bulls lead by 20.
That's a dozen straight points coming off the triple.
Yeah, Greg, you know, they're having free reign from beyond the arc. The defense is just not there.
Here is Tolliver. Back to Harris. Down low. From 10 feet out. That one rolling around and rims out. Chicago leading by 20. There's the 3. Rebounded by the Pistons. Jackson's got 3 rebounds now in this one. Here's Caldwell Pope. Drummond a screen. Jackson kicks to Drummond. Comes up empty off the pick.
He's been anything but his usual self this quarter. It's actually been ugly to see.
Mack, no luck. Detroit's gotten off to an 0 for 2 start from downtown here in the 4th quarter. Outside Jackson. Here's Drummond. And lots of contact there. Missing the shot. He'll shoot 2. Drummond, a bit of a disappointing season last year. Not so much in play, but people wanted to see a bigger leap from him. Now, his numbers are still pretty jaw-dropping. Yeah, but I think he's got so much there to give.
He has a lot of potential, Kevin. And listen, I don't think his play was bad. He just had such huge expectations. To live up to. I mean, player development is not a straight line, and it would have been very hard to have him take another huge leap forward. Sometimes you have that sophomore jinx, but I'm expecting a big year from him this season.
Now here's Drummond. Calderon unable to get his shot to go. It's Meeks outside, and he gets it to go.
And guys, what we saw here tonight is one side having everything going for them. Huge margin of victory for Chicago.
The sheer volume of three-pointers was the deciding factor tonight, it seemed.
Yeah, they sink one, Kevin, and then they do it again. It worked.
And every win important. And this one will go down as win number 3.
And, guys, when you're cracking heads against somebody 4 times over the course of the season, boy, it's a great feeling to snatch that first game. Good adjustments tonight against the Pistons.
A fantastic show. And what an amazing all-around game it was for Jimmy Butler. Every time there was a big possession or a big play, he was a major contributor. Just a great all-around game.
He's whistled for the 5-second back to the basket violation. About 3 seconds between shot and game clock. The 19-foot shot. Tries again. Shot's good by Bain.
And that putback about as easy a bucket as you're going to get.
Exactly what happens when you don't box out, Greg.
Here's Gobert. And no good. Trying to use the glass. Dishes to Meeks. He feeds it to Bullock. From deep three-point range, gets it to fall.
The 2K Sports postgame show.
Thank you, Kevin. And now we have the opportunity to present our Jordan Player of the Game, Jimmy Butler. What are your thoughts, Kenny, on his game tonight?
He was dead on from the field tonight, guys. I'd call his performance economical because there was no wasted opportunities. He took advantage of every good look he got. I mean, everything he put up was going in.
Well, you know, when Butler's on the court, he's going to come at you in all sorts of ways. I mean, defensively, offensively, this guy can just flat out play. Let's not forget he's an all-star, too.
And that brings us to the end of our broadcast.
It's the 2K Sports pregame show.
Hello, everybody. I'm Ernie Johnson, welcoming you to the NBA on 2K Sports. Excited, thrilled to be here with Kenny the Jet Smith and Shaquille O'Neal. I'm so lucky. Tonight, it'll be the Chicago Bulls up against the Orlando Magic. So for Orlando, their last game, a win against the Thunder. That game was a real shootout. They'd like to keep their scoring up, but get a few more stops, too. There are a lot of really exciting players in Orlando, some freakish athletes to say the least. Which Magic player would you say, Kenny, is the most exciting to watch?
Ooh, most exciting? But most intriguing I'm waiting to see probably is Aaron Gordon. You know, he didn't get a lot of chances last season, but he showed he could be a load and have a handful of athletes.
We're live, the home of the Chicago Bulls, the United Center. Well, it was the Chicago Bulls winning their last game against the Pistons in Detroit.
And Kevin, they showed how important it is to have a strong bench. When you are on the road, that depth is vital. I think they really utilized the second unit to extend their offensive assault and just really wore down their opponent.
And guys, I think what you saw from them throughout the game was teamwork. This is a team. Regardless of who was out there on the floor at any given time, they got it done. And that has to make you feel good as a group.
A look at the Magic starting group. The backcourt is Payton and Oladipo. Vucevic is out there with Ilyasova. And it's Fournier in at the small forward spot. Magic on defense. They want to keep rolling here following the win against the Thunder.
And how about the game plan that was constructed for that one? It was apparent how powerless the D was to stop it.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. They just didn't have an answer for anything they threw at him.
And guys, how about Ilyasova last season shooting the basketball? Always a decent threat to score. His improvements in efficiency were amazing. He increased his field goal accuracy from 41 to 47% in only 1 year.
And we were talking about Ilyasova. There's a reason his field goal percentage went up last season. It wasn't necessarily better shooting. It was probably better shot selection.
And I think the scheme played to his strengths. Lots of ball movement, penetration, kicking out to open spot-up shooters. Ersan showed us that's his kind of game.
Now here's Payton. Oladipo outside. Back to Payton. Three-pointer. And that one's good.
A good open look, and he splashes home the three.
Chicago with the ball. The dish now to Hayward. Stolen away. Payton, good. Payton's got 5 points so far.
Well, that fast break went according to plan.
Yeah, nice job there, Greg. Recognizing the opportunity was there to push it, and then excellent execution.
Now, here is Mirotic. He's coming off a 13-point game against the Pistons in Detroit.
Fellas, that two-hand monster slam was vicious.
I don't think there was anyone, and I mean anyone, that could have stopped him on that one.
I tell you what, I'm glad they didn't try, because somebody might have got their feelings hurt.
Oladipo against Butler. Now here's Ilyasova. Tight defense on him. Here's Oladipo. Rejected by Gasol. And that one goes out of bounds. Last touch by Gasol. For Orlando, they've gone 2 of 5 here, making 40% so far to start out the game. Payton gets the bucket. Here's Chicago. Here's Butler. That's short off the rim. Orlando's gone 1 of 2 from long range in the first quarter. Chicago was as strong as they would have hoped for last season at home in the United Center. A lot of big wins for them here.
Yeah, and despite all the injuries, they go 27-14 at home, and that helped to assure them of home court in the first round of the playoffs.
That is good. Hayward's got his second bucket of the night.
And it looks like he might just be on his A game today, Clark.
Payton passes to Vucevic. Vucevic gets double-teamed. And Oladipo kicks to Fournier. And that one goes in as he is fouled. It'll be 3 points if he converts at the line.
Nice work on the inside. Hard to get that one up and over the big fella.
Well, it's not supposed to be easy down there, and a little artistry on the inside helped him make it happen.
And Butler gets it to go.
Oh, terrific way to finish that move there, going to the basket.
Magic have gone 50% from the field to this point, 4 of 8. Payton drives in. He dishes it to Oladipo. 13 feet away. That one wide left.
And that was a difficult shot from mid-range simply because the defense was engaged.
Yeah, and I think the quickness of the closeout really threw him off.
You always hear about chemistry. That's a perfect example, knowing where each other is at all times.
Here's Fournier following the score by Derrick Rose. Fournier dishes to Oladipo. Orlando moving the ball around. Here's Payton. Nice spin off the left rim and in. Payton's got 9.
I like the way he's not forcing anything, taking advantage of what the defense is giving him. He's been a key contributor for them in this quarter.
On its way from Oladipo for 2. That's in, coming off an assist from Payton. Oladipo's got his first 2 points. Chicago trailing here. And Victor Oladipo with the elite athleticism and versatility to be a perennial all-star. We've seen the second-year phenom line up as a 1. He's played off guard. He's even played a little small forward in his time in the league.
And he has that quickness, length, and power combo to be a lockdown defender at all of those positions as well. So that's why he was the co-defensive player of the year coming out of college.
Here's Oladipo. Jimmy Butler making his last shot.
That's leadership. Really, really valuable to have someone who can just take charge like he has.
Well, there's a certain amount of confidence you have when the ball is in his hands at that end of the floor right now. I mean, he just gives you a sense of calm and confidence because of how good he is.
And the first time out of the game called for Chicago.
You know, back to Oladipo, he has a tremendously quick first step. Finished second in the slam dunk contest to Zach LaVine. Some dunks he's had in regular season play, downright nasty.
So Chicago ends up going with the new group. And Mack kicks to Gobert to the left side wing. McDermott, no one around him, gets a very good look and converts.
Boy, this game is off to a flying start.
Yeah, we're seeing some high-octane offense from both sides in this one.
And talking about Oladipo's explosiveness, we're starting to see it in his overall scoring as well. Had his first back-to-back 30-point games this year against Chicago and Houston. If he keeps improving at this rate, could be an all-NBA first-teamer before he's through.
You know, that's been a big part of their offense in the early stages. I mean, their success working the ball inside and getting points from close range, right at the rim.
And Clark, they might as well keep doing it. I mean, attack the basket until the defense makes an adjustment.
Now here's McDermott. Back the pass to Thomas. And that one is stuck right through.
Really crisp, intelligent passing to make that basket possible.
Orlando, they've gone 8 of 14 from the field in the first quarter. 35 seconds left to play in the first quarter. Watson dishes to Jennings. Jennings with another miss. And Thomas, here we go. And the go-ahead bucket, no good.
Oh, tough D on the inside.
It sure was, Greg. No easy access to the basket when that fella's in the middle.
Here's Watson. Here's Smith. And good work on the boards. They pick up the second chance points.
Both teams trading punches back and forth. This thing's like a heavyweight fight.
The momentum swing, really impossible to keep track of. The energy in the building just keeps going back and forth, ebbing and flowing. I'm loving it.
And that concludes. And off we go at post game. Now starting the second quarter.
And Scott Skiles has been around the league as a coach for a while now, coming home to where he played most of his career here in Orlando. And at times he can be a demanding coach.
And Vucevic kicks to Fournier. That's good. Fournier's got the opening basket here in the second quarter for Orlando. Bulls trail by 4. And now, brought to you by Gatorade, all fueled up and ready to go. Let's reset our lineups. So on the floor for Orlando, Nicholson is the 4 with Vucevic at the 5. Hazonia is out there with Napier, and it's Fournier in at the 3. And stolen by Hayward. 2 on none. No one back to stop this. Oh, and the jam by Butler.
How about the sharp steal and then run out? It looks like they're ready to put the hammer down.
Well, we've been waiting for one of these teams, Greg, to pull away. Maybe that'll be a springboard for them.
Could be. A dunk like that coming off a great defensive play has to build some momentum.
Here's Mirotic, and he uses both hands to jam it in.
And guys, this game won't be close for long if they keep giving up dunks like that.
No, it won't, G.A. You're right. A glaring error defensively and letting him get all the way to the basket that time.
But it's only 2 points. I mean, it was flashy, no doubt, but still, it only counts for 2. 2 is all.
Bulls have gone 2 of 3 from the field here to open the second quarter. Calderon kicks to Mirotic. Hayward outside. Good ball movement here by the Bulls. And 2 free throws coming up as he misses that one. Drawing the whistle and a lot of contact there. Well, the Orlando Magic had a rough season last year. They managed to still be, though, competitive on the road.
You know, they really had one of those years where they just seemed to play better on the road. Maybe more comfortable, not as much pressure. Almost half of their wins on the year came out of town.
Pau Gasol's checked in for the Bulls. Rose comes in for Jose Calderon. Ilyasova, he's checked in for Orlando. Victor Oladipo comes in for Hazonia. And Ilyasova kicks to Fournier to the middle. Trying to find Ilyasova and gets it to him. Oladipo, the pass to Napier. 5 to shoot. It's Oladipo on the wing. Nice shot from the wing. Oladipo's got his 3rd basket of the night.
And part of why Orlando held things together on the road was they could get hot from the floor. Ended up in the top 10 in the NBA in terms of field goal percentage on the road.
Cannot hit. And the Bulls going the other way now. To the inside. Hayward. The shot's good on the assist by Butler. 8 points for Gordon Hayward.
You know, of the last 6 baskets, 5 have come on the interior. This is major smash mouth basketball, guys.
All about imposing your will offensively, getting exactly the kind of looks that coach drew up.
And the basket by Napier.
And you know, for the Magic, they still only had 12 road wins last year. Given the youth of this team, that's definitely something that can be built on.
Magic leading by 5. 3 minutes of action so far in the second quarter. To the wing on the left. Here's Fournier. The shot will not go. Gasol with the defensive effort. Bulls have gone 3 of their first 5 shots to drop here in the second quarter. And an important part of every team's game, a look at the hustle stats for the Magic.
They've come out in attack mode on the defensive end. They've applied pressure and forcing turnovers.
They've gotten their fair share of points off turnovers so far tonight, too.
So many people overlooked Pau Gasol prior to last season, seemed to think that Clarkey was past his prime.
Well, he was a starter in the All-Star game and a huge reason the Bulls played as well as they did. It was a big season for him. A lot of GMs shaking their head for not going harder after him.
Pass to Ilyasova. Drills the three-pointer. Ilyasova's got himself going there. His first points of the game on the deep ball. Rose against Payton. Goes up with a strike. Count it, and the Orlando lead has been cut down to just 4 points with a bucket from Gasol.
He presents a defender with a serious challenge. Always.
Payton kicks to Fournier. Feeds to Ilyasova. Fournier in the corner. They get him again. Here's Smith, and there's the foul. It'll go on Shelvin Mack for the Magic. Watson comes in for Oladipo, and it's Jennings in for Payton.
C.J. Watson, Brandon Jennings.
Deep two from Jennings. Smith kicks to Watson. From deep. Rebound, Gordon Hayward. Bulls trail by 4. In transition, here come the Bulls. And there's Rose on the assist from Shelvin Mack. That's 7 points for Derrick Rose. Orlando's gone 1 of 2 on three-pointers here in the second quarter so far. Swiped away. And here we go, the Bulls fast break. Mack leading the charge. The shot's good from Gasol.
They are not rotating nearly quickly enough on defense down low. Got to get quicker there.
Just no resistance on the interior.
It's back to Jennings. Hits the three-point bomb. Jennings has got himself going there. His first points of the game on the deep ball. And guys, Brandon Jennings, some people love his chaotic game. Some can't stand it. One of the more polarizing talents in the NBA.
Yeah, I don't think he'll ever shoot for an efficient percentage or become a lockdown defender, Kevin. He's an offensive catalyst. He pushes the action, and he'll go on scoring binges, but I think he does more good than bad with this style of play.
Time called here. The Bulls decide to talk it over.
And talking about Brandon Jennings, he has an endless bag of tricks. Keeping the ball literally on a string, makes behind the back, no look, and off the backboard passes. Few players would even try. That unpredictability, though, can make him difficult to check and often forces defenders into positions from which they can't recover.
Here's what Chicago's going with right now. Rudy Gobert, he's checked in for Gasol. Dunleavy comes in for Gordon Hayward. And Curry subbed in for Shelvin Mack. Jennings with the bucket. Now it's a 5-point Magic lead.
Well, that's why they're on the lead. Aggressive play at both ends. Very nicely done there.
Absolutely. They make the steal, pay dividends instantly on the fast break.
You know, Brandon Jennings is that rare type of difference maker, a guy who can jumpstart your offense without turning the ball over. That's a valuable asset when you're trying to line up the W. And guys, they continue to put a lot of pressure on the interior defenders with the way they work down low.
It's becoming a theme in this game, Clark. They are piling up the points in the paint.
Now here's McDermott. He's covered closely. 6 on the shot clock. Here's Gobert. Rebound by Smith. Smith's got 3 rebounds now in this one. The shot by Payton, and again it's Orlando converting.
Boy, they are passing the ball very crisply right now.
They really are, and their last 3 buckets have come by way of an assist.
Curry, good. Curry against Payton. And there are the Magic with another bucket.
Wow, risky shot there size-wise, but the incredible skill that he possesses allows that one to go.
Well, the quick high release negated any height disadvantage he had right there.
And so it's a close game as we wrap up the first half of basketball. It's the Magic up by 4. And now let's catch up with Doris Burke, who's standing by on the sideline. Doris?
Kevin, I have Derrick Rose, and Derrick, you guys were scoring pretty nicely as a unit here tonight. How do you facilitate that?
Just be more efficient. I'm taking less shots, making sure that I make my shots and take my time on the offensive end and get people involved in the game.
Thank you, Derrick. Kevin, back to you.
And now, the 2K Sports Halftime Show.
Well, 2 quarters down, 2 to go. Welcome back. It was a closely contested first quarter for Orlando. They never trailed by more than 3 points, and it was neck and neck the entire period. just about time for the third quarter to get underway, and we'll see you again.
The third quarter now beginning. Both sides looking to pull away in the last half of the game.
Well, Peyton in this one, 13 points, and there's a nice number in his assist column as well.
It really has been, Clark. He's created a lot of open looks for his teammates. Very unselfish play from him today.
Rose is the one with Butler is the two. Hayward out there, Peritich, and it's Gasol. And at the pivot, manning the middle. That's the 5 out there for the Bulls. And now Oladipo pushing it up. No one back to stop him. And Peyton throws it down hard.
And guys got careless with the ball there, and the turnover leads to the big stuff.
Once he came up right with the steal, he went straight on the attack.
That's exactly the way to do it too, Kevin. Go hard to the bucket and don't let them set up the defense.
Pass to Vucevic. That's good. Vucevic has gotten the lead up to 9 now for the Magic.
That makes 3 in a row to start the second half.
Mirigic dishes to Hayward. And foul called as he misses. He'll go to the line and shoot 2. That one on Vucevic. And in an era where so many guys take the money and run, Gordon Hayward did the best he could to live up to his new contract, Clark. Last year, a 4-year max deal signed heading into last season.
Yeah, and the way max contracts work nowadays, even the upper mid-tier guys are getting them. A trend that will probably continue, at least in the near future. I don't like it, though. There are only a small number of guys that are really max contract players in the NBA.
Bulls making a switch here. Max checked in. Oladipo outside. Peyton drives in. Misses the layup.
And when you get back to Hayward, last year his points per game were way up. But really impressive, his shooting percentage. His shooting percentages were way, way up. That's a big step forward, I believe, in his development.
And down it goes. Dunked through off a wonderful assist.
And really nothing like a good old-fashioned throwdown to get a team going.
And, Greg, they do need to get going. They wouldn't mind shaving a couple more points off that lead right away.
Well, if the defense keeps giving up easy baskets like that, it won't be a lead for long.
And now the first timeout called here for the Magic.
You know, on the topic of whether Hayward is a true max prospect, he did some things last year to at least argue that he is. He was stronger, a lot more aggressive going to the rim. His defense improved, too. He'll need another year of development like that to silence the doubters.
Some changes for Chicago. Gobert, he's checked in for Gasol. Doug McDermott comes in for Gordon Hayward. And it's Calderon in for Matt. And a switcher also for Orlando. Watson's checked in. Just over a minute and a half played here in the third. Dishes to McDermott. Passes to Calderon. The feed now to Gobert. 5 on the clock. The shot will not go. Great D that time from Vucevic. The pass to Oladipo. From deep. Rebound by the Bulls. And this game, the first chance they've had to see Orlando.
And although they were the better team last year by overall record, this was a competitive matchup for them.
Guys, they split the season series, and you know there's always randomness to this game. The unpredictability of it. You win some, you lose some, but they certainly want to impose their talent level tonight.
Mirigic has a wide open look. That ball's nice feed this time from Jose Calderon.
Just look at what a sniper he is from long range. He's got such an unusual skill for a big fella.
For a franchise that had so much success under his tenure, there was sure a lot of friction with Tom Thibodeau, and the Bulls front office surprised a lot of people, I know, including yourself.
Yeah, you know, it's not something that you see often. A winning coach at odds with his GM and president. With how often their differences came up, though, you knew something was afoot.
It's tipped. It's stolen by Calderon. That one's good, and the Magic lead is cut down to 5 on the bucket for McDermott.
Boy, such outstanding patience and decision-making for them offensively.
Absolutely. Their ball movement has been outstanding, and they're piling up the assists.
Watson kicks to Fournier. The wide open look here for Oladipo. And again, it's Orlando with the three.
A wide open three. They need much better communication defensively.
And I think taking a time here to talk things over is a smart idea.
One of the things you want to do is make sure everybody is clearly on the same page with the game plan. And sometimes you need a timeout to make sure that's the case.
Time called here. The Bulls decide to talk it over. As the teams head into this timeout, a chance for the coaches now to map out some plays for the next few minutes and a chance for the players to rehydrate with some Gatorade. That's important if they want to make sure they don't wear down later in the game.
Absolutely. Over the course of a game, you have to stay hydrated.
So Chicago ends up going with a new group. So Orlando going with an almost entirely new group here. Jason Smith, he's checked in for Vucevic. Andrew Nicholson comes in for Ilyasova. Kazanya, he's checked in for Fournier. And it's Jennings in for Oladipo. Magic leading by 7. To the paint, here's Smith. Oh, and there's the one-handed jam.
Tell you what, he can do a lot more damage to that rim than that when he wants to.
And you know, Clark, with the lead they're enjoying, I'm surprised he didn't put a little something extra on that one.
Me too.
Well, I'll tell you what, I'm glad he didn't, because otherwise we'd probably have a 45-minute delay here if he shattered the backboard.
One-on-one fast break. Here's Jennings. So he gets the whistle. Contact on the way up, and 2 shots coming up.
Wow, he got whacked on that one. Shouldn't be much debate there.
Blatant contact. Straightforward call. Simple.
And guys, Brandon Jennings last season looked like he was finally becoming more efficient. He shot at the upper range of his career field goal percentage from 3 and the free throw line. And then suddenly the Achilles ended his season at 41 games played. Really unfortunate.
Outside Thomas. Lets it go from 14. Bounces high off the rim and drops. Thomas got 7 points in the game.
I love the ball movement there. He put that on a silver platter. Just served him up.
Getting back to Jennings last season really did start out as one of his best. Not just.
Oh, wow.
Beautiful jam.
Punches it down with pop.
Rubs it in. It looks like a little deeper with the hanging finish.
I tell you what, they're not backing off at all, are they?
And that replay is sponsored by Kia, the Kia Slam Cam, giving us a great look at that one. Some changes for Chicago. Mirotic is checked in for Thomas. And Derrick Rose is subbed in for Ejuan Moore. And the Magic making a change here as well. Elfrid Payton, he's checked in for C.J. Watson. Here's Azania. And Hayward with the block. And it's out of bounds to the Magic as Orlando will retain possession. Here's Payton. Again, the Magic score.
His shooting has been outstanding. Definitely one of the reasons they're up in this game. I mean, I like the call. I thought the defense was just there a little late.
Yeah, it looked like it. I mean, he kind of slid underneath as he got to the spot, too.
32 seconds left to play in the third. Rose. And good. And it takes a nice bounce off the right iron and down. Rose has got 9 points. Payton kicks to Jennings. Goes up on the block. It's deflected.
No need to rush here. They can play for one shot.
Yeah, and I think the way you do it, you're patient as you indicated, and wait until about the 5-second mark before you get into your play.
Gasol inside, working on Smith. The shot's good from Gasol.
Yeah, it's just a smart shot, taking advantage of the mismatch.
Well, with a stroke like that and the height advantage as well, the mid-range J is almost a gimme.
Here's Nicholson. And again, it's Orlando with a 3.
For 3.
Rose. He got it up in time, but it wouldn't fall.
Okay, fans, now coming to the court are your level boys.
And we're getting underway here in the fourth quarter. The scoreboard tells the story in this matchup, but we'll see how much things change up here. Here is Rose. So on the floor for Orlando. Payton and Oladipo, the explosive backcourt pair. Ilyasova out there with Evan Fournier, and it's Vucevic in at the center position.
The right thing there to stay that tight on him and really try to keep him out of his comfort zone. And that's a well-contested shot.
Well, we've seen him before. He does not allow you to just get easy baskets. He's always going to make you work for it.
For the three. Mirotic's shot is off.
Rare you'll see him miss such an open look.
Payton drives in. Calderon pulls it in. Bulls trail by 11. Rose kicks to Butler. It's good. This time the assist from Rose. Rose has got his 7th assist in the game. Orlando's gone 7 of 11 from deep tonight, using the three-pointer to their advantage. Wasted no time on that one. Payton's got 19 points.
And that's exactly how they've gotten the lead right here. Easily, he's been their most consistent performer.
As simple as it gets. He's hitting everything he's looked at. Keep feeding the fire.
Releases. Second chance shot. Vucevic to the pass to Oladipo. Here's Payton. And again, it's Orlando with the three. And a closer look here at the hustle stats for the Magic.
Their high-energy defensive effort has paid off for them, guys, with more than a few steals over the course of the ball game.
Yeah, and also the way they've been able to generate points off of the turnovers that they forced tonight has also helped.
Time called here. The Bulls decide to talk it over. One problem the Magic faced last season was depth. They really weren't a deep team, and it hurt them along the way.
Yeah, it sure did. I mean, they had the second fewest bench points in the league, and that number was really low because they didn't use the bench that often. Starters did a lot of the heavy lifting.
Doris Burke has some information for us. Doris?
Well, Kevin, I was able to listen in on what the head coach of the Chicago Bulls was going over in his huddle. He told his players, turnovers are killing us right now. We can't keep trying to make the home run play. Settle down, run the offense, and make the simple pass. Kevin, sounds easy enough.
And thank you, Doris.
And for the Magic, they would try and address the bench for this season, both through the draft and free agency.
Hayward kicks to Vucevic, and he goes in for the dunk.
Heads-up play there, guys, on the assist and the finish.
Bulls trail by 16. Mag dishes to Gasol. Got it from 16 feet. Gasol's got 4 points this quarter.
And, guys, the Magic didn't luck out and jump into the top 3 in the draft. Still ended up with a high pick, and that'll help add another nice piece to their puzzle. They've accumulated a lot of good pieces, but now they need to start making it work.
And Victor Oladipo, after a solid rookie campaign, really took it up a notch last season, even after missing Clark the first 9 games with that facial fracture.
I love this kid's gravitas. I mean, he's got a presence about him. His percentages improved across the board, field goal, three-point free throws. But I like his work ethic and his confidence.
And stolen by Ilyasova. Mike Dunleavy is going to pick up the foul. That's his first foul. And over 2.5 minutes in the books here in the fourth. And it's Napier missing.
In talking about Victor Oladipo's improvement, a lot of it has to do with his work ethic. Also his pregame film studies, something his college coach absolutely raved about. And all that showed up for him big time last season.
And Dunleavy gets it to go in.
Timeout on the court. Charles Dorman.
Time called here. The Magic decide to talk it over.
And, you know, back to Oladipo. We always talk about 5-star phenoms coming out of high school. He was just a 3-star guy. He's had to work for everything he's gotten, and I think that served him well. He's got a hunger and drive that you can't manufacture.
Watching Mike Dunleavy Jr., he's simply the mark of consistency. We know he's in his mid-30s, but you know exactly what you're going to get out of him every season. I think Tom Thibodeau, last year's Chicago coach, really admired that and loved it.
It's so funny watching Mike Dunleavy Jr. play. I remember when his dad coached me when I was with Portland, and he was a little kid running around, and all of a sudden he's become this great NBA player. But you're right, though. He's made himself into a valuable asset in terms of the role he's been given for the Bulls.
Talking about Dunleavy, boy, I tell you, he was playing at a high level already by his second season in the league. Practically every statistic across the board matches up since then. And that's over a decade later. Tell you what, he's not an easy guy to stop when he's got his sight on the rim.
Never has been, never will be. He is a determined finisher.
Did he just go chop chop there with that one-hand tomahawk slam? And getting back to Dunleavy's consistency here in his later years, he's one of those guys who has really ramped up the nutrition. He's hitting the weight room. I could make the case that he was a tougher, better player last year, especially on defense, than at any other time in his career.
Kicks to Mirotic. Beyond the arc. That's good.
And, you know, he's enjoyed the kind of day you expect in terms of shooting the basketball. He can bring them right back into this game.
Deflects the pass. It's stolen by Gobert. Curry attacking. Fournier pulls it down. Fournier's got 4 rebounds now tonight. Here's Napier. Hayward with some nice D.
And he thought he had a clear path to the hoop, but the defense didn't give up on that play and cut him off.
Boy, I tell you what, guys, he's an extremely strong finisher. I'm surprised he wasn't able to power that through the defense.
Oladipo misses.
He just has not been able to get into that groove yet, guys, but as a whole, it hasn't affected them too much.
From the wing, Vucevic with the block, and they'll keep possession. Three-pointer, Hayward, good.
You know, the defense was lax right there, and he's able to make them pay.
They can take their time on this possession.
You know, guys, that wouldn't be a bad idea. I mean, gives themselves a little break, too.
Catch their breath. You're right. And it's Vucevic missing. Calderon passes to Hayward. And a miss there with a chance to cut the lead to single digits. Magic leading by 10.
And it looks like just playing the last bit of this one out in what should be a nice win here for the Magic.
Steve, I agree. And, you know, I think the attitude was very impressive. And, Clark, you had talked about this before the game. Definitely a competitive game, and they fought through it each step of the way.
Yeah, absolutely. They put a tremendous performance in terms of effort and intensity, and they deserve to win this one.
And every win important, and this one will go down as win number 3.
And once it becomes official, this win gives them a nice confidence boost against this team. They'll face them twice more this season.
The stats tell us, Greg, that the winner of the first game is a big favorite to come out on top in the overall series.
And when you look back at this one, what an amazing performance this was for Fournier. You can't look back at too many major moments in this game and not see his imprint put all over it.
There's the dish to Curry. Pass to Calderon. And that one goes out of bounds. Last touch by Oladipo.
You know what? A low percentage pass on that one, but sometimes it's worth the risk.
Well, that time the risk did not pay off because it was well defended.
Tipped away. Out of bounds. Orlando takes possession. Here's Napier. Got a hand on it. And now running it up the court. Matt pushing it up. Oh, and the jam by Butler.
And it doesn't really matter who starts the break with how he runs the floor. He seems to always be the one who finishes.
Yeah, he is so fun to watch in how he attacks the rim at full speed like that, man. It's something to behold the way that guy gets to the rim.
And so it's Orlando winning this one. They came in here and took care of business like they were the home team.
The 2K Sports post-game show.
Welcome back, everybody. This is Ernie Johnson. Got Shaquille O'Neal, got Kenny the Jet Smith. Without further ado, let's get your opinion, Kenny.
His field goal percentage was excellent, up over 60%. This was a player in total control of his game. He didn't try to do too much. He didn't get reckless, just took what the defense gave him.
And that'll do it for this edition of the NBA on 2K.
the 2K Sports pregame show.
Early season's greetings, NBA fans. I'm Ernie Johnson. Thanks for joining us. Got Shaquille O'Neal here. Got Kenny the Jet Smith here for this edition of the NBA on 2K Sports. In this game, we'll see the Chicago Bulls against the Charlotte Hornets at Time Warner Cable Arena. So for the Hornets, their last game, a win against the Hawks in Atlanta. Feeling confident after a runaway win. We'll see if they carry over some of that momentum. The Hornets don't have a lot of three-point threats, and subsequently last season didn't really punish teams from deep. Kenny, you think this team can go deep in the playoffs without having a strong game from the outside?
I don't know, Ernie, because it's very hard to succeed in the NBA without any sharpshooters. Think about this, Ernie. The final 5 teams in the playoffs last year were the 5 teams that took the most threes.
Exactly.
Charlotte was dead last in the league last year in three-point percentage, 31.8%. And they showed up in the standings. Reminded of myself on the free throw line. They stink.
Well, it wasn't.
Let's meet the visiting team, the Chicago Bulls. At power forward, Nikola Mirotic. At point guard, Derrick Rose. At the other forward position, Gordon Hayward. At center, Pau Gasol. At the other guard position, Jimmy Butler. The head coach of the visiting team is Fred Hoiberg.
From Charlotte at the home of the Hornets, we're broadcasting from the Time Warner Cable Arena. Well, it was the Chicago Bulls in their last game, a loss to Orlando.
Yeah, their defense got sliced and diced in that game. They just weren't closing down on perimeter shooters, not nearly quick enough, and then they gave up their fair share of those point-blank shots on the interior as well.
Something was clearly amiss for them, Greg. I mean, to let an opponent shoot that high a percentage, you got to take a real long look in the mirror after a game like that.
Let's check out Chicago's starting lineup. Rose is the 1 with Butler as the 2. Pau Gasol is out there with Mirotic, and it's Hayward in at the small forward.
And guys, you know, last year Marvin Williams signed a big contract, and he did not follow that up with big production. In fact, he tied a career low in terms of his field goal percentage at only 42, and not exactly what the Hornets were expecting from their new stretch 4.
Here's Jefferson. Oh, yes, the turnaround. So for the Hornets, their last game, a win against the Atlanta Hawks.
And in that game, guys, I mean, the beneficiary of what was some very lackluster defense being played against them.
Agreed, guys. It was really quite shocking and disappointing how many free runs to the hoop they got.
Now, here's Walker. After Gordon Hayward's miss, Walker goes in, can't hit from in close. And now, just over a minute played here in the first. Doris Burke has an update for us. Doris?
I had a chance to catch up with Steve Clifford. He said that their defensive focus, no surprise, will be trying to keep Derrick Rose out of the lane. He added, "You know he's come a long way as an outside shooter, but he's a pick-your-poison type of player. We can't let him get into the paint." Makes sense, Kevin.
Thanks again, Doris.
The shots aren't dropping yet. They've missed 4 of their first 5 shots.
Hayward kicks to Gasol. The basket good off the assist from Hayward. Gasol's got his first 3 points of the game.
There's a chance he could have a big game if they don't D him up more tightly on the perimeter.
In the corner, it's Kid Gilchrist. Banked in off the glass.
Boy, just an excellent assist. Nice work from Kemba Walker.
Rose passes to Hayward. Dishes it to Gasol. Gets to the rim for 2 with the D all over him. Gasol's got 5 now.
What a passing display he has put on here tonight.
Yeah, he's spoiling us, Greg. I mean, there's just another fantastic dime drop right there. That one certainly should make the highlight reel.
Now, here's Walker. His last outing with 20 points. That's good.
Oh, that is just weak defense there. I'm pretty sure that was not the plan to give him those kind of baskets at the hoop.
Guys, the Bulls defense was as stout as ever last season. A big part of that is they have guys that challenge you inside and at the rim. Even off the bench, all of their bigs are mobile and protect the basket.
And here's Walker. Following the three-pointer by Derrick Rose. And it's Kid Gilchrist penetrating. Oh, and that one, no question, powered it down.
You know, the rest of the D can be stretched a little thin when the double team's in place like that.
Talking about the Bulls and their rim protection, they had the lowest opponent field goal percentage on shots right at the rim.
And it helps when you compare 7-footers down low. It's not just the bigs, though. Even their perimeter players will track back and challenge at the rim. Really a total team effort.
Jefferson's shot is off.
You almost have to assume he's going to knock those down when he is that open.
Hayward against Kid Gilchrist. Back to Rose. He feeds it to Mirotic. Hayward from outside. Another 3 for Chicago.
It is so hard to contain him. He just seems to get it done however he has to do it.
Lamb with the ball. Butler covering. Walker dishes to Williams. Let's go. Walker's shot is off.
And he rushed that one, no doubt about it. The D out of position, you could see the frustration on his face.
That is good.
They've worked hard and created great chances for themselves in this opening quarter.
And if they match that effort at the defensive end, watch out.
Here's Walker. After Gordon Hayward's bucket, Jefferson attacking, and the rebound goes to Pau Gasol.
That is some tough defense there against one of the better finishers in our game.
Rose, no good. Hornets trail by 9. Derrick Rose has certainly piled up the awards for such a young player, starting with Rookie of the Year, with 111 first-place votes to only 5 for the runner-up. We know about his MVP, and that just shines out so brightly for him.
And how about he and Michael Jordan, the only MVPs in Chicago Bulls history.
And the first time out of the game called for Chicago.
You know, looking back to Rose's MVP award, his stats were on another planet that year. He was only the 3rd player to record 2,000 points and 600 assists in a single season since 1973. The other 2, LeBron James and Michael Jordan.
Here's what Charlotte's going with right now. Zeller, he's checked in for Jefferson. Batum comes in for Michael Kidd Gilchrist. Courtney Lee, he's checked in for Jeremy Lamb. And it's Jeremy Lin in for Kemba Walker.
And when it comes to size, it's not a one-on-one matchup that favors him.
Well, you wouldn't know it with that finish, I tell you. I mean, that took a little bit of creativity right there.
Not watching the line there. That'll be a backcourt violation.
You know, in talking about D. Rose, I don't think the individual awards mean much to him. He's about trying to help his team win championships. And that's the kind of mindset he has to continue to display.
Boy, what a slick job of passing from Jeremy Lin on that one.
Chicago leading. Lin with the steal. Williams has a screen for Lin and a wide open look for Lee. And that misses. That would have put him up.
I'm shocked that didn't turn into 3 points. I mean, he makes you pay on those nearly every time.
A room service dime by Jose Calderon.
Charlotte has gone 1 of 2 from long range in the first quarter. Now here's Lynn. Tight defense on him. And there's the 3-second call, this one on the defense. The Hornets shooting their first free throw tonight. And so he hits the technical free throw. Uses the glass to finish the layup.
Well, check out that assist. That's a pair of teammates that are clearly on the same page.
Calderon for 3, and it would have counted had it fallen, but it's offline. And a good game so far as we conclude the first quarter. Bulls lead by 1. 2K Sports back in a moment here at the Time Warner Cable Arena in Charlotte. And before the game, we heard from Kemba Walker. He talked about his mentality when he steps out onto the floor. You know, he may be having fun, but I'm not so sure playing street ball is really working out for Kemba, who needs to shoot better than 38% for the Hornets to go anywhere, doesn't he?
I'd have to agree with you. I mean, what might be better than continuing to play the same game you've been playing forever is to take your game to a new level. And that's going to take some discipline. I think Kemba has more than enough talent to be able to do that, but that's his challenge moving forward.
Well, up to this point, a closely contested game as we start the second quarter. And guys, let's get your take on the scoring breakdown for the Hornets.
Really some great drives to the basket here early on for these guys.
They've established their presence in the paint tonight. Also, a lot of their scoring to this point coming from down low.
So for Chicago right now, Shelvin Mack is out there with Calderon. Then it's McDermott. Then it's Rudy Gobert. And it's Mirotic in at the 4. Hornets have gone 1 of 3 to start out the second quarter.
And guys, Courtney Lee now having completed 7 full seasons, very much the same guy now as he was entering the league. A 3-and-D prototype who will most likely never be a plus playmaker.
And that's out of bounds. Charlotte will retain possession. And some changes here for the Hornets. Jefferson comes in for Marvin Williams. And it's Kemba Walker in for Courtney Lee. Gordon Hayward's checked in for Chicago. Butler comes in for Jose Calderon. Clock is at 3. Walker goes in. Charlotte again missing. Talking about Courtney Lee, you know the ball handling and court vision are suspect, but you don't care because he's provided solid defense on the wing, Clark, and he's hit over 40% of his threes last year.
And he's also one of the best free throw shooting 2 guards in the league, Kevin. And last year he and Conley were out of sight at the end of games. That's a wonderful combo to have 2 great free throw shooting guards.
And the dunk by Zeller.
And that's how it's done. I mean, find that hole in the D and then go hard to the rack.
Maybe that hole was a little bigger than it should have been.
Well, it was. I mean, a tight game like this one, you'd think they'd have a little more energy at the defensive end than that.
Hornets trail by 5. Second quarter of play with around 2 minutes gone so far. Screen by Jefferson. And Walker kicks to Zeller. Back to Walker. To the inside. It's good, and he drew contact on the shot, so he will go to the line. A 3-point play chance here. And some changes here for the Hornets. Kid Gilchrist is checked in for Batum. And it's Lamb in there for Jeremy Lin. Pau Gasol is checked in for the Bulls. Rose comes in for Shelvin Mack. Well, Chicago's gone 2 of 3 when they've stepped beyond the arc in the second quarter. 3-pointer, Butler, yes, and it's Rose with the assist that time. 8 points for Butler.
The D with very little pressure on their perimeter shooters. 3 of the last 5 baskets they've allowed have been of the 3-point variety.
And you need the defense to stop the bleeding.
And with that, the Chicago lead is cut down now to just 3 in the basket from Al Jefferson. Here's Rose. 5 points in the game. Gasol inside. Jefferson on him. Hayward goes in. And they have their chances. 2 offensive rebounds. But they still come up empty. Here's Zeller. That's good. And it's his 4th basket of the game. He's a strong 4 for 6.
And he has really come to life here after a slow start in that first quarter.
Here's Hayward, and the bucket counts, and he's on his way to the free throw line. Try to make it a three-point play.
His shooting has been outstanding. Definitely one of the reasons they're up in this game.
And a look at how the hustle game has been going for the Bulls.
Great hustle defensively through the first half, contesting everything and racking up the block shots.
Another big aspect of their game tonight has been the fast break, transition opportunities. They're really keeping it up tempo so far.
And Charlotte had a lot of momentum going into last season.
Man. Chicago calls timeout. And when you think of Kid Gilchrist, one thing that comes to mind is intangibles. He has a desire and intensity and a will to win that elevates him to elite status.
Yeah, you know, he never will be a great shooter, and he's still working on his jump shot. But the intangibles, you talked about it, you add heart and tenacity to that. Every team wants a guy like that.
Chicago making some changes. McDermott comes in for Mirotic, and Curry subbed in for Butler. Here's Gasol. Hayward kicks to Curry. This one for three. It's rebounded by Charlotte.
And talking about Kid Gilchrist, yes, he's worked to fix his shooting form last season, but the real improvement was made on the boards. He averaged 7.5 rebounds a game in only 29 minutes of play. That is outstanding.
Jefferson's shot is off.
And that's the way you want to defend. Nice job there.
Always important to have that good interior defense.
And he can time his passes so perfectly. Wow, what an assist.
And for Kid Gilchrist, he was accustomed to so much winning in high school, college, international competition. He's had a rough first 3 years in the NBA, making the playoffs only once in that time. But he's a real warrior, so that has to be killing him inside.
They've had trouble the way Rose has been playing.
He's got 8 points, and he's chalked up 1 3-pointer on the day as well.
And Clark, I'm sure that won't be the last one. A lot of times he can get hot and stay hot from beyond.
And now the first timeout called here for the Hornets.
You know, obviously, there's some things out there he does not like and wants to talk it over.
Well, Greg, you played and you envision yourself as a coach as well. So, sometimes make some adjustments.
So for the Bulls, Gobert, he's checked in for Gasol, and Max subbed in for Derrick Rose. Here's Lamb, and he drops in the layup off the glass. Lamb's got 5 now.
And defensively, they are on their heels every time the ball comes inside.
Yeah, I think they've got to ramp up the aggressiveness, Greg. I mean, if they don't, things are just going to get worse from here.
Walker against Curry. It's blocked. Here we go, one-on-one. And Hayward with the stuff.
Easy to see who's going to win that race.
Yeah, early offense is often easy offense. Excellent work that time.
Hornets trail by 5.
And Steve Clifford might not be the most famous coach in the NBA, but he has plenty of experience, and everyone in the league knows exactly how well versed he is as a coach.
And Clifford in his 3rd year now as a head coach, Greg. That experience you were just talking about. He has 29 years of coaching under his belt. And he's a Van Gundy disciple. Clark was on the coaching staff for both brothers.
Yeah, and he's been with a lot of teams, Kevin. 13 seasons as an assistant for the Lakers, Rockets, Magic, and Knicks.
Williams, he's checked in for Al Jefferson. For Charlotte, they've gone 7 of 14 in the second quarter, shooting to the tune of 50%. Hayward comes with the double team. Zeller passes to Walker. With the runner. And off the glass. That one's good.
Well, that's simply a great move there, Kevin. He dusted off the defense and got to the cup for the easy basket.
Here's Curry with the 3. That one's in. His first bucket of the game. He's 1 for 2.
And he found the perfect spot behind the arc there. Big gap in the D.
And it's Walker penetrating. No good. Hayward with some nice D. And Matt kicks to Curry. That's in. He's got 2 made now, and he's shooting 2 for 3.
Timely passing leads to assists, and that's been the recipe for success.
Everybody on the same page, completely in sync. Tremendous communication and awareness.
Pass to Lamb. There's a screen by Williams. Down to 5 on the shot clock. Connects from 3-point range. Williams has got 5 points so far. 6 seconds left in the first half. A shot by Hayward, wide open, and the Bulls another 3.
It only took them a few seconds to answer the 3 ball with one of their own.
Greg, we've got a 3-point battle taking shape here.
And so that's the end of the first half. It's the Bulls leading by 9. And time now to go courtside as we send you over to Doris Burke from the sideline. Doris?
Well, guys, I'm here with Al Jefferson. And Al, what's the strategy been so far defensively, and what needs to happen in the second half in that regard?
Well, we just got to help. We can't let everybody beat us. Everybody got to help, and on the defense end, and getting the key to protect the paint.
Pick your poison. Can't let everybody beat you, Al. We appreciate it, guys.
Thanks so much, Doris, and we'll step away briefly, but get you right back in there for the start of the third quarter after this break.
The 2K Sports Halftime Show.
Welcome back, everybody. It's the 2K Sports Halftime Show. Gordon Hayward has been all over the floor tonight. He had 16 points, 2 rebounds, and 4 assists. The first 2 quarters went very well for him. And, Shaq, what did you see out there from the... Just about time for the third quarter to get underway, and we'll see you...
The second half about to start here in just a few moments. Really an incredible game from Gordon Hayward.
And, I'm not sure that he can continue to shoot the 3 as well as he has up to this point. He has been lights out.
Sometimes, Greg, you have those nights where the basket just looks twice as large as it is. Grand Canyon size. It might be one of those nights for him.
Williams down low with Jefferson. Kemba Walker is out there with Jeremy Lamb. And it's Kid Gilchrist in at the 3, the small forward. So that's the Hornets 5.
Just Mr. Reliable again here today, Kevin. I mean, they need his points, and he's producing.
Hornets trail by 11.
And no doubt last season the Bulls were clearly preparing for the playoffs. They played their rookies but added a lot of playoff seasoned veterans to that roster.
Here's Rose. The shot's good on the assist by Butler. And that's now 10 points for Rose.
How many times have we seen a possession like that from them today, ending with a basket coming off a pretty pass?
Well, when you look at the assist total, heck, they've been clearly the better team.
Still Hornets ball.
Second half rolling along now. About a minute played here. Here's Lamb. The pick gave him all the room he needed, and he knocks down the J. Lamb's got 7 points in the game. Chicago leading by 11. And Butler, here we go. That's good.
That was the 3rd straight high percentage look this defense has allowed. I mean, these defenders have got to start bumping bodies in the paint. Be more physical. Be more aggressive.
The game's just far too easy right now when it comes to attacking the basket. They have got to do better.
I thought Charlotte went to their bench as much as most other teams last season. Those guys ate up time for the starters, but weren't nearly efficient scoring the ball as you might want them to be.
Charlotte calls timeout. For the Hornets last season, their bench was weak at times. They just couldn't really score that well.
And the Hornets bench was the only bench to shoot under 40% from the floor for the season.
Let's go quickly over to Doris Burke for an update.
Hey, guys, I got a chance to hear what Steve Clifford was saying to his team. He touched on his desire to see them make heavy use of the pick and roll for the rest of the game. Keep setting those screens, fellas. Those were his exact words. The other thing he stressed was the need to be disciplined on offense. He asked for good ball movement and good shot selection. Well, they need to make something happen before the start of the fourth quarter, and maybe those changes will do the trick, Kevin.
All right, Doris, got that one. The Bulls' lead has been cut down to 13 after the bucket is good from Kemba Walker. Pass to Butler, poked loose. Williams with the steal. They double him with Butler. Here's Jefferson. Mirotic grabs the miss.
Just a solid performance on the interior. The rebounding has been off the charts.
Yeah, you look across the board, it's actually sizing up, shaping up to be a great game. I mean, strong performances throughout, and they've really been strong on the glass.
That's a 2 from Butler. They get it again. Out left to the wing. Bulls moving the ball around. A touch over 2.5 minutes of basketball played here in the third quarter. Goes back up, and it's Chicago scoring again.
And they're beginning to just flat out fall apart defensively right now, especially on the interior.
Yeah, and that's 4 straight field goals now, Greg, they've allowed from point-blank range. Can't happen.
Left side, Kid Gilchrist. Williams. And that one's good.
What a play there. The hoop plus the harm.
Yeah, great concentration there, Greg. Hung in there. He didn't let that contact throw him off. At all, stayed focused on the rim, knew he was going to get hit, and still was able to finish.
Here's what Charlotte's going with right now. Cody Zeller's checked in for Jefferson. Batum comes in for Kid Gilchrist. Lee's checked in for Jeremy Lamb. And it's Jeremy Lin in for Kemba Walker. From 10 feet out, and no good. Trying to use the glass. Hornets trail by 12.
Really impressed with the way Jimmy Butler last season made big strides in his game, going from a supporting role player to someone you can build your team around.
And there's the whistle, fouled hard on the shot. He'll go to the line.
Some fantastic numbers here for Butler. He has 14 points and 2 blocks.
And we're seeing him at his very best today. Just really a joy to watch.
Well, I know I'm thoroughly enjoying it because he's amazing when he's on top of his game like this.
Gentlemen, 2 shots. 2 shots.
That free throw good from Butler. Shelvin Max checked in for Chicago. And that's good as he hits both of his shots. Just under 3.5 minutes played here in the third quarter. Lynn dishes to Batum. High arcing shot. And it will go. And the Bulls lead is cut down to 11 on the bucket from Lynn.
Consistency all game long. He's going to continue, I think, to have to take it over to get them back in the game.
Calderon, no good.
You know what, though? Sometimes you can be too open. I think it may have surprised him, and that's why he missed.
Batum passes to Zeller, and with that one, the lead is trimmed to single digits. Zeller's got 11 points. The drive by Gobert, and a strong finish with 2 hands.
Ooh, that's as forceful a finish as you're ever going to see out of this guy.
Well, gee, it adds now to their lead in spectacular fashion.
And, you know, that lead's only going to grow if they're not prepared to defend a little more staunchly than that.
Bulls made the postseason for the 10th time in their last 11 seasons. Last year, they have become a fixture, Greg, in the playoffs in the East.
And how about last season, Kevin, had that interdivision matchup in their first round against the up-and-coming Bucks. Some hiccups for them in that series, but they were able to prevail.
Here's what Chicago's going with right now. Doug McDermott, he's checked in for Gasol. And Gordon Hayward is subbed in for Butler. That's good. Lee's got his second bucket tonight.
They ran that inbounds play perfectly there to get the quick hitter. Boy, in that playoff series against the Bucks, the Bulls looked like they were primed for an upset as they started slowly. Eventually pulled it together and came in as the underdogs against the Cavs.
Yeah, I love the communication and the chemistry between those teammates.
Outside, Lynn. Picked by Zeller. Batum wide open. He fired. The basket good off the assist from Lynn. Lynn's got 4 assists now tonight.
Tit for tat right there, huh, guys?
Didn't take them long at all, fellas, to get those 3 points back.
And the Cavs knocked out the Bulls in 6 games. Bulls went up 2-1 in the series, but didn't have an answer. For LeBron, strong effort from the Bulls, though, but they just couldn't match the firepower of the Cavs.
There's 49 seconds left to play in the third. Oh, that's blocked. And here we go. The Bulls fast break. Hayward's running. Calderon, no good.
Oh, tough D on the inside.
It sure was, Greg. No easy access to the basket when that fella's in the middle.
Lee outside. They get it back. Zeller and a foul on the shot. He'll go to the stripe for 2. It's going to be on Rudy Gobert. For Charlotte, they have gone 4 for 5 from the charity stripe in this one up to now. And that one falls for Zeller.
Cody Zeller.
And so he hits both. And so here is Chicago. And Mack kicks to Calderon. Bulls moving the ball around. Nice shot by McDermott.
I love the ball movement there. He put that on a silver platter. Just served him up.
Up top, Lynn. He's got 7. Gobert with the block. Ahead. Here's Hayward. Throws down the breakaway jam.
Taking it to the rack with power right there.
And hammering down with the two-handed slam.
Just piling on the lead with the dunk like that.
And as we end the third quarter, a double-digit deficit. He'll make it tough to come back. Bulls lead by 13. And do not go away, as we'll be back in just a few moments with the start of our fourth quarter coming up next. And we're rolling here again with the fourth quarter. Might not come down to the wire, but you never know. Bulls leading by 13. A moment now to reset the lineups. Brought to us by Gatorade. All fueled up here for the fourth quarter. Taking a look at the Bulls. Rose is the 1 with Butler is the 2. Hayward out there with Mirotic. And it's Gasol. And at the pivot spot, manning the middle. Here's Jefferson. It's all in by the Bulls. Butler's got his 3rd rebound on the night.
And they've got a big lead. Not just...
Whoa!
And I like how he puts himself in position there to finish on the break.
Yeah, you know, that's what we call seeing and feeling the game. Excellent read of how that play was going to develop and where the ball was going. That's stuff that you oftentimes can't teach, Greg.
And that last replay courtesy of Kia.
And for Big Al Jefferson, he's been a great player in this league, but he hasn't played on that many great teams, and he's never made an all-star team. Hard to imagine.
And for Al Jefferson, never making an all-star team. He's got the numbers on offense to get him there. People just feel he's probably, Clark, one-dimensional?
Well, you know, even though the all-star game has no defense for the most part, you usually need to play a little bit of D to have a chance to get there.
Gasol against Walker. And the layup's good off the glass.
If they think that kind of defense is going to get it done against him, They're mistaken.
The Bulls leading by 11. Rose dishes to Gasol. It's good. This time the assist from Rose. Rose has got 4 assists in the game.
Just too dangerous of a shooter to leave alone from beyond the arc.
Charlotte calls timeout. Derrick Rose, unbelievable spirit. We know about his toughness, has fought through injuries of all kinds that might cause a lesser competitor to hang up his sneakers.
And competitor, that's the word, Kevin. I mean, he was impossible to outcompete at the high school level, the college level, and now in the pros.
A moment to check in with Doris Burke. Doris?
Hey, guys, I got a chance to hear what Steve Clifford was saying to his team. He doesn't think they've been giving it their all, saying they've been quicker to rebounds, to every loose ball. We got to wake up. The game's slipping away, and we're letting it happen. We have got to take control of this thing. We'll see if he lit a fire under him, guys.
Here's Mirotic. And good on the basket. Book it.
And, you know, back to D. Rose for a moment. He drives the lane now as hard as he did before the injury. It's a level of fearlessness that only a few guys possess. And it's not teachable. You either have it or you don't.
Over in the corner, Lamb. That 3 off the mark.
Well, he had 1 3-pointer in the first half, but so far in the second, he's come up with goose eggs.
Butler kicks to Rose. No good. And Charlotte will go the other way with it.
And, you know, back to D. Rose. He grew up in a brutally dangerous neighborhood on Chicago's south side. Some of that fearlessness, that competitiveness he exhibits was learned early on out of necessity.
Butler passes to Mirotic. Gobert with it, and Zeller picks him up defensively. And it's Butler missing.
He had 6 points from long range in the first half, but nothing's fallen here since.
Rose with the double team. Here's Lamb. Had a chance there to cut it to single digits, but it's off target.
And not a night he's going to want to remember, just not really able to score the basketball.
Shots good by Butler.
4 of their last 5 makes came off of a high-quality shot inside.
Textbook, really, when you look at how they're playing. They are having their way down low.
They grabbed their own miss, and that one's good. 11 points for Michael Kidd-Gilchrist.
Well, he certainly isn't the one to blame for them being in the hole. He's been on the money with his game.
Butler in the corner. And it hung on the rim, but wouldn't fall for him.
His touch has disappeared on him this quarter. He just hasn't been able to get it going.
Kidd-Gilchrist dishes to Walker. Picked by Zeller. Walker goes in. Gobert with the block. In transition, here come the Bulls. From outside the arc. But they'll get another chance. Back to Mirotic. He dishes it to Butler. Here's the 3. That doesn't go either for Butler. Hornets trail by 11. And Lamb kicks to Jefferson. Kidd-Gilchrist trying to free himself up. Lamb, good. Time called here. The Bulls decide to talk it over. They're up by 9. 1:39 left to play here in the 4th.
They've been committing a lot of turnovers, and I imagine that's exactly what they're talking about right now. They need to tighten it up.
Williams is checked in for Zeller. So for the Bulls. Out of bounds. Charlotte takes possession.
Yeah, and I think he was surprised to see that pass coming his way and just really reacted too late. And you can tell they're just a little out of sync. I think he just wants to get everybody back on the same page.
Yeah, I like this timeout, Greg. I think it's a good one because it looks like they need a minute to talk things through here.
1:39 left to play in the final quarter. No good from Lamb. Chicago leading by 9. Dunleavy the pass to Kerr. And again, no good by Chicago. Charlotte working against the clock now. That'll go on McDermott. That is his first foul of the game. And the Hornets call time here. They're trailing by 9. 1:24 left in the fourth quarter. On defense, the Bulls, the biggest lead of the game, 15 points. And the shot is good. The Chicago lead has been cut down now to just 7 on the basket from Al Jefferson. Jacks up a 3. Jefferson with the rebound. Jefferson's got 4 rebounds in this game. Walker goes in. Nobody near Williams. It's hauled in by the Bulls.
Most of the time, that shot will go down. Or the defenders have to make sure they tag it.
And the basket by Curry.
Nice work on the inside. Hard to get that one up and over the big fella.
Well, it's not supposed to be easy down there, and a little artistry on the inside helped him make it happen.
Jefferson's shot is off. And here's the fast break. Fades. And he gets it to go. And now it's a 12-point Bulls lead.
That one will seal the deal there. They've exploded here at the end.
Boy, I love the serious killer instinct they've shown. Finishing strong.
Charlotte moving it around. It's stolen by Dunleavy. And now running it up the court. Mack pushing it up. And fouled hard that time. He'll get to the line and shoot 2.
And you know what? Very close to a 3-point play right there.
Yeah, he almost got that one down. I mean, those are the kind of aggressive plays coaches love to see.
Free throw good. Mack. And Mack drops them both. We've got 22 seconds left to play in the final quarter. Ball stolen. On up the court. That's good. And the Bulls lead by 16.
And the fans already heading for the exits. Clearly not pleased with the way things turned out today.
Well, Greg, this was a well-deserved win. I mean, they came into this building and acted like it was their home turf. I mean, they were the ones calling the shots and controlling everything.
And so Chicago takes this one, and by a big margin. To come into an opponent's building and dominate the way they did tonight says, I think, Greg, an awful lot about this team.
I guess they don't need home cooking to feel at home. I mean, Kevin, just a masterful performance all the way around.
And that's going to do it tonight, folks, for our broadcast. This is Kevin Harlan saying thanks for watching. And we send you now over to Ernie Johnson, Shaquille O'Neal, and Kenny the Jet Smith.
The 2K Sports post-game show.
Welcome back, everybody. Ernie Johnson here along with Shaq and the Jet as we present Jimmy Butler. He put his team on his back and carried them as we've seen him do before, but it never gets old. A textbook example of making play after play to lead the way.
Boom, 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 boom. That's right, Ernie. Instruments. This guy was instrumental tonight in making sure they avoided a second straight loss. They needed somebody to step up tonight, and he was their guy.
The thing that has to jump out of you is all of those points in the paint. He found every gap in the defense that he could, and he never stopped attacking the basket. If the D was expecting him to just hang out on the perimeter, they were wrong.
And that'll do it for this edition of the NBA on 2K.
the 2K Sports pregame show.
Hey there, and thank you for joining us on 2K Sports. I'm Ernie Johnson. This NBA season didn't take long to get interesting, but these two gentlemen have always captured our interest. Say hello to Shaquille O'Neal and Kenny the Jet Smith. Hello, Kenny.
Hey, how are you?
Hello, Shaq. Moments away, it'll be the Chicago Bulls going up against the Oklahoma City Thunder. And for Oklahoma City, they haven't yet found their groove. They're still trying to make adjustments to try and change the momentum here early in the season. Each game out right now, as their coach has reiterated, is another invaluable opportunity to refine their approach and make improvements. And guys, still some time left till tip-off. Let's talk scoring. Kenny, how did you look to establish yourself at that end of the floor, and when did you know you were in for a big night?
Well, for me, it was just about getting the basketball in the right areas of the floor, either off the dribble or off the pass. So if I knew if I got to certain areas of the floor, I was going to be able to score and have a big night. The defense tried to dictate that, but you have to try to dictate it and overpower that mentally.
Well, I wanted to go out and average 28-10. So 28 divided by 4 quarters, 7 points a quarter. My goal was to be on the attack, try to get to the rim every time, hit as many free throws as I could. And if I had double digits after the first quarter, it's over. The diesel will come. It smells blood.
So just 7 points a quarter. That's all you were looking for.
Yes.
And how many rebounds per quarter were you looking for?
4.
But that gives you 16 rebounds instead of 10.
I smell blood, Ernie.
I'm going to change the subject. That's it
Shaq
for now. Thanks for tuning in.
Shaq
Leave me alone. Hands off. Kenny, help.
Help!
The starting lineup for the visiting Oklahoma City Thunder. At shooting guard, Andre Roberson. At power forward, Serge Ibaka. At center, Steven Adams. At the other forward position, Kevin Durant. At the other guard position, Russell Westbrook. The head coach of the visiting team is Billy Donovan. Starting at power forward, 6 feet 10 inches, number 44, Nikola Mirotic. And at guard, 6'3", from Memphis, number 1, Derrick Rose. At the other forward position, standing 6'8", number 20, Gordon Hayward. In the middle, 7 feet, number 16, Pau Gasol. At guard, 6'7", from Marquette, number 21, Jimmy Butler. The head coach of your home team. The starting lineup for your Chicago Bulls.
It's a West versus East contest here in the windy city of Chicago, Illinois, as the Bulls play one at home. Welcome, everybody. Glad you decided to spend your Thursday night with us here at 2K Sports. With Greg Anthony, Clark Kellogg, and our sideline reporter, Doris Burke, this is Kevin Hart. And, of course, Gordon Hayward getting settled in really quickly.
That trade is something that has the staff, players, and fans excited. They think it may be the piece of the puzzle necessary to get over the proverbial hurdle.
And with good reason. I mean, we're talking about one of the very best we have in our league, and you have to think he'd help any team.
All fueled up and ready to go. Let's check out who's on the floor, courtesy of Gatorade. Taking a look at the Thunder. Down low, it's the international combo of Ibaka and Adams. Roberson is out there with Russell Westbrook. And it's Durant in at the small forward position. Count the bucket.
Well, Merry Christmas. I mean, that was a freebie. And guys, it's easy to forget sometimes just how young Kevin Durant still is. I mean, last season, he became the second youngest player to get to 15,000 points.
And here's Westbrook. After Jimmy Butler made that last three-pointer. Back to Westbrook. Oklahoma City moving it around. And it's good.
Another nice bucket down low. They've really been able to work the ball into the post effectively so far.
Yeah, and I think we're going to see them operating a lot of their offense from the interior today. That's not the type of opportunity he fails to convert very often.
Here's Roberson, defended by Butler. Ibaka, wide open, he fires. Gets it to go from beyond the arc. Ibaka's got himself going there, his first points of the game on the deep ball. The shot by Hayward, wide open. The shot's good on the assist by Butler.
Back at you. I mean, they immediately get those 3 points back.
Trading spray guns from long range. Trading blows from behind the arc.
Now here's Adams. His last outing, he had 8 points. Three-pointer. And he takes that one up and powers it through.
Nice job clearing some space out under the boards and setting himself up there for the putback.
And not just any old putback, Clark, but a big, big foul.
You know, Kevin, you can't be pretty, though, with those second chance opportunities. I mean, just put it in the basket.
And, you know, Gordon Hayward was involved in one of the more fascinating NBA draft stories. It started after his father confirmed that Gordon would submit his name to the draft, but would not immediately hire an agent.
Yeah, reportedly, Dad created a highly detailed 2-page questionnaire that he gave prospective agents, which is not something that's typical.
Fast break, here they come. Oh, and the jam by Rose.
No doubt that is within his range.
Well, I would hope so. He's a pro, and it was only a 1-footer. Come on now.
Here's Roberson, defended by Butler. Here's Durant. Tried to bank it in, but he misses.
And on the topic of Hayward hiring an agent, it was reported that the questionnaire was just the beginning, and that prospective agents also went through quite a grilling. In addition to that, you talk about a thorough process.
Butler with the steal. Now here's Rose, the fast break opportunity. Here's Mirotic, and 2 free throws coming up as he misses that one. Drawing the whistle and a lot of contact there. They get Russell Westbrook.
Nice work to get it inside and draw the contact.
Exactly. The defense determined not to allow the easy layup right there. They'll settle for making him earn the free throws. You know, back to Hayward, obviously his first NBA contract was subject to the rookie wage scale, but his second contract, 4-year max deal. So whatever the Haywards have done as far as agent vetting, it's paid off.
Rudy Gobert, he's checked in for Pau Gasol. Now here's Durant. He's coming off a 31-point game against Toronto.
Awesome defense. I mean, he'll hit those unless you're right in his grill.
And it's Butler missing.
Well, one of his issues is he's a player that just does not excel at fighting through contact on his way to the rim.
And it's Westbrook missing.
You're not going to see that very often. Plenty of space, but he just, let's face it, he whiffs on that.
And Jimmy Butler, good for 3. Butler's got 6 points.
And you can't help but pick their defense apart. They're completely in disarray.
Well, everything's coming too easily. I mean, at some point defensively, you have to take something away.
Timeout is called. First of the game for the Thunder. Outplayed in the previous game on their schedule, losing to the Raptors.
And you don't have to go too deep into the box score to figure out why they lost that one. They just had an inability on that day to make shots.
You know, sometimes we talk about a defense getting into the heads of the opposing players, Greg, but that night they got up in their own heads, just got in their own way and couldn't get out of it.
I tell you what, guys, it's going to be a tough day on this defense if he's got the A game rolling tonight.
Last season, the Bulls were a tough matchup, solid margin of victory for them, and never looked overwhelmed, Clark.
Yeah, you know what? They're a team that's even-keeled, the type of team that can win anytime they take the floor. They have a system that works and good talent, that actually excellent talent to make it special, and that combination is a winning one.
1:53 left to play in the first. Mack, the pass to Gobert. Excellent D from Cantor. Thunder trailing by 9. And let's get this update now from Doris Burke, who's across the way on the sideline.
Hey, Kev, I caught up with Coach Billy Donovan. This is their first matchup of the season against this squad, and he knows the shot blocking in the middle will certainly be an obstacle. But he said, quote, we've got to remain aggressive and continue to attack. Guys, he said that putting their bigs in high pick and rolls and shooting the open jumper with confidence will be key. We'll see how they do.
Wonderful stuff, Doris. Thanks. One approach to use against the opposing D, I guess, in the front of their minds, it sounds like, guys.
And I think it's going to take not just one approach, but several. I mean, they are so good at making adjustments defensively. They'll have to be ready to adjust on the fly as well.
Oh, no doubt. I mean, this is a team that will give you a lot of different looks at the defensive end, so adjusting and adapting, critically important.
Here is Durant. After the Bulls pick up 2, he kicks to Ibaka. Gobert against Cantor. Chicago grabs the miss. They defeated Charlotte in their last game.
Yeah, the confidence just exuding in that performance on the offensive end. I mean, really illustrates how this team clicks when guys are communicating and executing as a cohesive unit.
Yeah, roadkill is hard to get in this league. I mean, to be a great NBA team, you've got to be able to have that kind of performance on the road. Focused, purposeful, and productive. Really solid.
The shot's good from Westbrook. There's 18 seconds left here in the first quarter. Here's Mack. Off target with his 3. 3 on 3. Here's Durant. And that comes off the assist by Russell Westbrook. Westbrook's got 3 assists tonight.
And both teams on fire from the opening tip.
Well, I don't doubt it, Greg. We're going to have an entertaining game of basketball here today. I mean, I think it's pretty obvious that's the case.
The offense coming free and easy as we wrap up the first quarter. Bull. And a moment now to hear from Steven Adams as he reflects back in a life growing up as the youngest. Hard to imagine growing up. Been such a huge family, but it sounds like maybe it prepared him for life in the NBA.
Yeah, got him outside of himself and toughened him up a little bit. No question about that. Wow, 18. That's mind-boggling.
That is amazing.
Yeah.
And the first quarter is in the books. Second about ready to get underway. And some stats here, guys. The scoring breakdown for Chicago.
They've definitely had a hot hand from three-point range. Always nice to get off to a good start.
They've been distributing the ball really well tonight, too. I mean, a decent number of assists so far for them.
Rose is the 1 with Butler is the 2. Mirotic out there with Hayward. And it's Gasol. And at the 5, down low. That's the 5 out there for the Bulls.
You know, Jimmy Butler is one of those guys who had to overcome major odds just to get to the NBA. Reportedly, his father abandoned the family when Jimmy was an infant. Mom kicked Jimmy out when he was 13. The obstacles and adversity go on, yet he's made it and made it big.
And Butler sends it back, and they get it back. Collison kicks to Payne. Oklahoma City moving the ball around. 6 to shoot. Adams dishes to Payne. There's the 3. Gasol with the rebound. And going back to Jimmy Butler, there were just so many times when he was set up to fail. He was not heavily recruited out of high school. He was even homeless when he was in high school in the Houston area. Went to a junior college, then Marquette. now in the NBA. So he played his freshman year at a junior college, which I think humbled him just a bit, but maybe gave him that work ethic that is so much a great part of his game now.
And Kevin, the talent was there, and most of all, as we see how he dealt with adversity, the heart was there. He blocked out the distractions and finally transferred to a major college and worked his way into becoming a first-round pick.
Well, you look back at the Thunder last season, and the theme was injuries. Too many injuries to the bulk of their core.
And, you know, the big three, Durant, Westbrook, and Ibaka, all missed significant time. Only Westbrook of those three was able to finish the season.
And listen, those injuries really did the Thunder in. I mean, at no time during the season did they ever really get a chance to gel and play any stretch of games with their entire roster.
Here's Payne, and Waiters has it in the corner. The Thunder with another miss. The Bulls leading by 5. Hayward with the ball. Now guarded by Payne. Hayward passes to Butler. The basket good off the assist from Hayward. 10 points for Butler.
You know, every franchise will have a year that is just lost to injuries. I mean, it happens. The hard part of it for the Thunder is that it happened while so many of their stars are in their prime.
Payne kicks to Waiters. He's just scored his first basket with that shot, making him 1 for 4. Here's Rose. He had a 12-point outing in their last game against Charlotte.
And don't forget about his playmaking in that game either. I mean, he did a great job of attacking the D and creating opportunities for both himself and his teammates.
Here's Roberson. He's covered by Rose. And it's out of bounds to the Thunder as Oklahoma City retains possession.
Risky pass in a situation like that. Very lucky that wasn't a steal.
Fortunate to get it through. I thought he was headed the other way with that one.
Rudy Gobert, he's checked in for Chicago. Mack comes in for Jimmy Butler. Cantor checked in for Oklahoma City. Durant comes in for Waiters.
Boy, did they ever make a mess out of that one. A terrible turnover.
So for the Bulls, McDermott comes in for Mirotic. And it's Calderon in for Derrick Rose. And then for Oklahoma City, Serge Ibaka, he's checked in for Steven Adams. And Russell Westbrook is subbed in for Payne. And it's going to be a 3-second call. Here's the 2K leaderboard with last season's best free throw shooting teams. The Bulls third.
Collectively, I mean, they had an amazing year at the free throw line. Sometimes free throw shooting can be contagious. And it seemed like everyone on their team had the hot hand.
Shoots from 8. And off the front iron, and in it goes. 10 points for Russell Westbrook.
Just good, aggressive drive from him that time. Found a hole in the D and went straight to the rim.
Three-pointer, Hayward. There's the feed to Mack. McDermott, no one around him. Good on the triple. McDermott's got himself going with the triple, his first basket of the game.
And guys, Shelvin Mack, strong, good jump shot. More importantly, knows his role. Hasn't started that many games in his career, but maximizes his minutes when he's on the floor.
Get back to Shelvin Mack. He plays smart, values the basketball park, doesn't have tremendous vision, but stays composed and makes the solid play.
Yeah, very reliable rotational player for you as a combo guard. Pulls his way around the court. He can knock opponents off balance with that size, and he's a good shot maker, too.
So here's Westbrook. He's coming off a 16-point game against Toronto.
And he also looked to attack at the defensive end of the floor. 3 steals in that game.
One of the most dominant players in 2014 was Kevin Durant, of course, winning the league MVP. Then last year, cut short. We know that he's now on a mission to get back to that level. And Greg, it's hard.
Yeah, you know, it all came down to health for Kevin Durant. And at this point in his career, I mean, he's got the maturity. He's developed the skill set. He's just got to stay on the court. And really, when you talk about the game of basketball, the rest will take care of itself.
Now a timeout called by Oklahoma City. And as the coaches go to the clipboard to outline their strategy during the timeout, the players getting a chance to rehydrate with some Gatorade. That's key to staying fresh all the way to the final whistle.
And Kevin, it really is. And every one of these players knows it. They're all making sure to stay hydrated. It's impossible to play your A game if you're not getting enough to drink, especially towards the end of games when the physical toll of a long contest really starts to add up.
Time called here. The Thunder decide to talk it over.
Talking about Durant as he looks to recapture the league MVP, he can take a cue from last year's MVP, Stephen Curry. Curry battled through numerous ankle injuries over the years earlier on, only to come out on the other side with his best season ever in 2K15.
Here's what Chicago's going with right now. Mike Dunleavy, who's checked in for McDermott. Thomas comes in for Gordon Hayward. Curry's checked in for Jose Calderon. And it's Ejuan Moore checking in for Matt. Let's find out what Doris Burke has for us.
Well, over the break, I listened in on Billy Donovan's huddle. The strategy included running the offense through Russell Westbrook. Coach asked him directly to take the reins of their offense. He wants him to have a huge impact at that end of the floor for the rest of this game. Well, Coach not wasting any time in tweaking the game plan. We'll see if it makes a difference as we approach halftime, Kevin.
Always great to hear from you, Doris.
And getting back to Durant, sometimes adversity brings out the best in you. Adversity challenges you to rise above. And Kevin was already at the highest rung on the ladder. I think his opponent should be very afraid of what they're about to witness this season. And how about the execution on that play? The screen was set up in exactly the right spot.
And the finish wasn't too bad either.
Perfectly designed and perfectly executed.
Here's Westbrook. Here's Cantor. And he makes no mistake on the slam dunk.
And that's an example of willpower right there, guys. I mean, grabbing the offensive rebound and then going back up strong.
And GA, in a close game like this where every possession is critical, that could prove to be a very big one.
Boy, it sure could, Kevin. I mean, he salvaged 2 big points for them off that miss.
With 4 seconds on the clock, and again it's Oklahoma City.
I like the recognition of the mismatch there, immediately making the defense pay.
It's stolen by Ibaka. And we're through the first half of basketball here, and what's been a good one. It's the Bulls. They're up by 1. And time now to go courtside as we send you over to Doris Burke from the sideline. Doris?
Yes, Kevin, I'm here with Russell Westbrook. And Russell, how confident are you that regardless of what defender you see in front of you, you can get what you want?
Very confident. I have a lot of confidence in myself. I put a lot of work in the summertime, and I'm very confident.
Russell, thank you so much. Kevin, hard work pays off.
Thank you, Doris, for that interview, and we'll see you back here after the break for the third quarter of basketball.
It's the 2K Sports Halftime Show.
Hello again, everybody. Ernie Johnson here alongside Kenny, the Jet Smith, and Shaquille O'Neal. We'll be looking back at the game's first half. Chicago came ready to play. They led by as many as 12 points, fueled by tough defense and great offense. By the end of the first quarter, they ended up with a 9-point margin. Heading into the second quarter, the wheels started to fall off the cart as they were outscored by a healthy margin, but were still able to limp into halftime, nursing a 1-point lead. And Kenny, what did you think about what you saw from Chicago?
Well, the three-point shooting was the key thus far. When you're knocking down those shots from the perimeter, it really spreads the floor. You demand respect from the defense. We'll see if they can keep it flowing in the second half.
And big fella, let's get your thoughts on the Thunder.
The big positive, I think, their points in the paint. They were determined to work the ball inside of Ernie. It worked. It's always worked. I got 4 rings. I know it works for a fact. That's why they call me Dr. O'Neal, because I'm a master at being dominant on the inside. Anyway, you got to keep that going, because that will continue to open things up for them on the perimeter.
And that'll do it for now as the second half of our game.
Here we go now, the start of the third quarter. Welcoming you back in a closely contested first half so far.
Good game for Westbrook. 12 points, and he's been delivering a healthy dose of helpers, too.
He really has, Clark. Always with his head up, looking to make the pass, trying to find the open man.
And on the floor for Billy Donovan as we get into the second half. The rugged duo of Ibaka and Adams in the middle. Russell Westbrook out there with Andre Robertson. And it's Durant in at the small forward.
And injuries once again were a central theme of the Bulls season last year. Losing Rose was one thing, but then having Jimmy Butler lose a lot of time put them in such a tough spot.
Here's Gasol. Another one falls for Chicago.
That's a confident play there. Great execution.
Thunder trailing by 4. Westbrook dishes to Robertson. Inside, here's Durant, and he banks in the layup. Durant's got 10 points in the game.
Pretty much all of their buckets coming from inside the paint now.
That's right. 5 of their last 6 makes were on the interior. They've established their inside presence.
And here we go with Westbrook running it up the court. And it's Durant, that time on the assist by Westbrook. Durant's got it all tied up now for the Thunder. Chicago has gone 1 of 2 from beyond the arc since coming out of the break. Rose kicks to Mirotic. Hits the jumper in space. Mirotic has got his second bucket of the night. Over a minute and a half into the third quarter of action. Here's Robertson, defended by Butler. Ibaka. And no good. Had a chance to take the lead.
Even with that miss, they're shooting 75% coming out of the break. That's a strong start to the half.
And guys, right now, the defense mentally not there. Can't afford too many of those in a close game like this.
Yeah, Jay, you're right. Almost a free run, don't you think? Clark to the hoop for him there.
Momentum can swing on plays like that, Kevin, especially when the finish has that much thunder on it.
Adams with it. Gasol covering. A 3-ball. The shot is off. And it's Chicago the other way. They've held a 12-point lead earlier. And going against Oklahoma City, their first meeting of the year.
And going back a season ago, it was a win for both sides in their 2 meetings.
And even though one side played postseason basketball and the other stayed at home, you wouldn't have known it in their matchups.
And here we go, the Bulls fast break. Here's Hayward, and the rejection by Ibaka. And the ball travels out of bounds. It was last touched by Ibaka. So for the Bulls, Jose Calderon, who's checked in for Hayward. And Shelvin Max subbed in for Rose. Then for the Thunder, Nick Collison's checked in for Ibaka. Waiters comes in for Robertson. And it's Payne in for Russell Westbrook. Thunder trailing by 6. Collison, the pass to Payne. Durant for 3. Here's Adams, and he battles for the ball and gets the second chance bucket. Adams has got 6.
They are just killing them on the interior.
Yeah, you can't say that with enough emphasis. I mean, defenders are just not being aggressive enough down low. You got to play with some physicality in the paint.
Durant dishes the paint. Now the pass to Collison. To the middle. Nice pass, nice catch, and a resounding dunk.
Solid on the one-hand throw down there.
You know, Clark, when it's a tight ball game like this, he's the guy they want with the ball.
Yep. Yeah, and one reason why, I just don't know that I've ever seen him miss a play like that.
And Adams kicks to Waiters. Collison, the pass to Adams, and he gets it to go. Now just a 2-point Bulls lead.
They're finding lanes to the hoop now with consistency. 5 buckets in a row from the paint.
And on the flip side, Greg, the defenders have to show more fight on the interior. They've got to offer more resistance here.
And watching Nick Collison, he makes all the hustle plays, all the little plays, the things that really will not show up in a score sheet, stat sheet. For over a decade, he's had that role and embraced it.
And Kevin, the other thing he does as a veteran is a coach knows what he's going to get. He doesn't make the mistakes that some players make. And while he's not going to be a great scorer in the post or a high-flying rim protector, this game really is built on intelligence and toughness. And so positioning for charges, making open mid-range jump shots, all the unsung things that help a team win games.
Now a timeout called by Oklahoma City.
You know, on the topic of Nick Collison some shooting. Last season was his only real setback. Only shot 42% after having a career 54% shooting percentage. But he's up slightly in most other categories, especially the ones based on hustle and effort.
And when you talk about Nick Collison, every team needs someone like him. He's focused, unselfish. He's that hard-nosed big with just enough skill to bite you when you forget about it.
So Chicago ends up going with the new group. And Oklahoma City also making a switch. Cantor's checked in. Oklahoma City moving it around. Raiders on the wing. Chicago grabs the miss. McDermott kicks to Thomas. Passes it to Moore. Fires for three. The Thunder pull it in. Collison's got 3 rebounds now in this one. Durant with a wide open look. Nice shot from the wing. Durant's got it all tied up now for the Thunder.
And that's another assist for a team that is putting on a clinic on how to share the ball.
And I love the mentality that they've had. If a shot isn't there, they're not forcing it. They're moving it side to side until they finally get the one they want.
That free throw missing. Russell Westbrook in for Nick Collison. And the second free throw, good.
Yeah, disappointing not to convert all of them, but he did get the one to give them the lead.
Westbrook dishes to Cantor. Waiters passes to Westbrook. They set the pick. Durant just inside the line and too long on the shot. Bulls have gone 7 of 13 in the third quarter so far, just above 50%.
That's a quick bucket there. Solid in transition.
Well, you know, he loves the chance to get out and run, and we can see right there why he does.
Westbrook double team. Here's Payne. The dish to Cantor. Here's Durant. Gobert with the block. And it's out of bounds to the Thunder as Oklahoma City retains possession. Serge Ibaka has checked in for the Thunder. Roberson comes in for Payne.
Andre Roberson.
Pass to Westbrook. Pass to Durant. Lets it go with the three. Good. Nice assist from Westbrook. Westbrook's got 5 assists tonight.
And after his last game, really not surprised to see him as hot as he is here tonight.
That's the end of the third, and it's all tied up. And we're coming right back. All right, we welcome you back to what's been a hard-fought battle. Fourth quarter should be good. Moore's gone 1 of 3 on the night. Rose is the 1 with Butler is the 2. Hayward out there with Mirotic, and it's Gobert in at the 5 spot. So that's the 5 in the game for Chicago. And guys, let's get your take on the hustle stats for Chicago.
Boy, their hounding, harassing effort at the defensive end, very impressive. And they forced quite a few turnovers as a result.
And also, I've been extremely impressed with their interior D. Their rim protection has been as good as it gets.
That's his first personal foul.
Chicago leading. And the foul called on Russell Westbrook. That's foul number 2 for him.
I mean, I like the call. I thought the defense was just there a little late.
Yeah, it looked like it. I mean, he kind of slid underneath as he got to the spot, too.
Oklahoma City on D. For 3, Hayward. Good. And the Bulls lead by 5.
First 3 of the half, second of the game. Can he heat up?
They double him with Butler. Durant against Hayward. To the paint. It's deflected and stolen by Mirotic. Here's Rose. Shows up high for the two-handed dunk.
And that's how you make a steal count. Turn it into a quick slam at the other end.
It was really a case, it looked like Greg Anthony right there, but if I can say so, it was really a case of a great defensive play triggering some instant offense.
Yeah, I remember GA as an irritant, and this guy, much like Greg, creating havoc out there.
The Bulls leading by 7. And another fast break chance here for the Bulls. Here we go. And there's the call on Gordon Hayward. That'll be his second foul of the game. Pau Gasol is checked in for Gobert. Here's Roberson, defended by Butler. And Durant gets it to go.
Nothing too fancy, just simple execution. That's getting the job done when they need to make every possession count.
Completely agree with that, Clark. They need stops and really can't afford any wasted possessions. Those inside shots are nice, high percentage looks.
Here's Ibaka. Offline with his 3. Chicago's gone 1 of 2 from three-point range here in the fourth. Here's Hayward. And lots of contact there. Missing the shot. He'll shoot 2.
You know, there are those who wonder if Gordon Hayward can lead a team to the promised land. However, as just a sophomore, he led a non-powerhouse college to a championship game. So, in fact, they were just one basket away from winning it all.
He hits the second from the line. Going back to Hayward, he took that buzzer-beating half-court shot, Clark, that would have won his school the championship. You actually called that game, and it did hit the backboard and rim, but unfortunately did not go in.
Well, Hayward's the kind of guy who's willing to put his team on his back and try to carry him. He's willing to take that responsibility on. Whether he can deliver at the highest level, time will tell.
Kiwi Steven Adams, one of the toughest players down on the block.
And Kevin Adams is not afraid to get under somebody's skin. He's pretty strong defensively, too.
And, you know, guys, that's one of the things I like about Adams. I mean, he'll draw the ire of opposing players just because of how he approaches the game.
And Hayward gets it to go. Hayward's got 6 here in this quarter.
Just reliable, guys. He's just always trying to make the right play.
Kicks to Durant. And he bangs it home with one hand.
Right back to the basics there, using the one-hand slam for that one.
Doesn't he make the basics look pretty exceptional?
Yeah, he does. They look sweet when he does them.
And he better stay with those basics because this game is still yet to be determined. Yeah, and guys, Adams doesn't want to be known as a dirty player. I think he feels he plays aggressive and he hustles, and that sometimes rubs players the wrong way.
Outside Butler. Dishes it to Mirotic. No good off the back of the rim. Thunder have gone 3 of 6 from the field so far in the fourth quarter. Durant kicks to Roberson. Back to Durant to tie it up. Rebound, Gordon Hayward. For Chicago, they've gone 4 of 7 from the field since the beginning of the fourth. Butler dishes to Mirotic. The shot's good on the assist by Butler. 8 points for Nikola Mirotic.
Yeah, crucial basket there. And as long as they've got that mismatch, big on small, they've got to take advantage.
Well, I don't doubt that they clearly recognize that. And because they do, they're going to continue to milk them.
Time call here. The Thunder decide to talk it over. Doris Burke has something for us right now. Doris?
Well, over that last break, Kevin, I got a chance to hear what Billy Donovan said to the team. He told the guys that for now, he wants to see them back off the three-point shot, saying all our offense doesn't need to come from perimeter jump shots. Let's get the ball inside for some high percentage looks.
The drive by Gobert. An easy 2 points on the layup. And the Bulls lead by 4.
And this has been purely a display of offense that we're seeing here today.
And, you know, it's only getting better as both of these teams' defenses are starting to show signs of wearing down. That's their 3rd straight make off an assist.
Great ball movement.
There's 1:54 left in the fourth quarter. Mack, good.
Those are the types of shots down the stretch that win you ball games.
Mack.
Time called here. The Thunder decide to talk it over. They're behind by 5. 1:51 left to play in the final quarter. Curry's checked in for the Bulls.
Substitution for the Bulls. Seth Curry.
It's Durant with the drive. And Cantor wide open. He shoots. 11 feet out and he hits it.
Fantastic ball movement. They're picking them apart with their passing.
Purposeful passing it is, partner. Their last 10 points have all come off assists.
Chicago calls timeout. They lead by 3. 1:46 left in the fourth.
And did not seem happy about how things are going on right now, and maybe wants to make some changes.
I agree. I mean, just was not comfortable with the way things were set up at that particular time. And in that case, I think it's the right thing to do.
Gordon Hayward's checked in for Chicago. Butler comes in for Curry. Durant against Hayward. There's 1:38 left in the game. Three-pointer. Butler. It's rebounded by Oklahoma City. Cantor's got 4 rebounds now tonight. Here's Durant. Beautiful dish, and the layup goes down. Now just a 1-point Bulls lead.
Just impressed with the teamwork out there, setting the table for one another.
5 straight baskets, Greg, resulting from assists. They're playing as one unit out there.
Up top, Ibaka. Oklahoma City moving the ball around. Here's Roberson. And he misses the go-ahead basket. And out of bounds as the Thunder gain possession.
Thunder ball.
20 seconds. 20 seconds. Start it.
Now a timeout called by Oklahoma City. They trail by 1. 1:05 left to play here in the fourth. So for the Bulls, Mirotic comes in for Mike Dunley. And Derrick Rose is subbed in for Shelton Knapp.
Derrick Rose.
Oklahoma City's gotten off to an 0-for-2 start from downtown here in the fourth quarter.
He's so clutch, Kevin. When the pressure is at its highest, that's when he's at his very best.
The dish to Mirotic. And again, no good by Chicago.
The clear look at the hoop, he doesn't miss many of those.
Ibaka outside. At the top of the key, Durant trying to find Cantor. Gets it to him. It's good.
That was massive.
You know it. He's stepping right into the spotlight there.
There's 39 seconds left here in the fourth quarter. Rose kicks to Butler. Mirotic has a wide open look. Good! And that shot brings them to within just 1.
It's such a sweet 3-point stroke there. And it can really open things up inside because as good as he shoots it, it forces the opposing bigs to have to step out on the perimeter. Still a chance here, but they need to score.
I really agree, but it has to happen on every possession. They need points every trip.
And they commit an intentional foul. It's another one of those so they can get into the penalty.
Yeah, you can't let them hold the ball and just put those 5 seconds away.
No, you got to foul. I mean, it's going to come down to free throws here. Foul right away.
At the line, Bulls. Russell Westbrook.
And so both free throws are good. And it's a 5-point game.
Yeah, 2-possession game now. I mean, those were really important foul shots.
Chicago calls timeout. They're behind by 5. 16 seconds left in the fourth quarter of this one. Guys, your thoughts?
You know what? And they're going to draw up something where they can get a quick shot and then maybe a foul.
That's got to be the game plan here. I mean, free throws are really their only hope. Points with the clock stopped.
16 seconds left in the fourth quarter. Over in the corner, Rose. Moore outside from deep. And Westbrook pulls it down. And now we've got the intentional foul.
You have to foul, but I'm sure they would have liked to foul someone different.
Yeah, but Greg, they didn't really have another option. I mean, I thought they did a nice job getting it in his hands and making sure he was the guy who'd go to the line.
Time called here. The Bulls decide to talk it over. They're losing by 7. Just 4 seconds left in the game. There's Rose with the three. Knocks down the three.
Just dialed in from the three-point line in this fourth quarter.
Yeah, that's putting it mildly. I mean, they're putting a world of hurt on them with the triple.
So a close game sees Oklahoma City.
Hi, Kevin.
The 2K Sports postgame show.
Hey, y'all. Ernie Johnson here, along with Kenny Smith and Shaquille Russell Westbrook.
When you're facing Westbrook, you're always going to have your hands full. And tonight, he proved that once again. There's only one thought going through Russell's head. Attack, attack.
And that'll do it for this edition of the NBA on 2K.
give. They don't love us, they just love it how we live. How we live. How we live. How we live. They don't love us, they just love it how we live. 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 Say they don't love us, they just love it how we live. 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 And they don't love us, they just love it how we live.
You was never around, had to hold it down. We the youngest, we was thugging, you was never found. What's that feeling? I'm the realest. All them nights I had to struggle trying to find some dinner. They don't really love me, they not really for me. When I die, is you gon' show up to the ceremony? I just bought a Bentley, just to bet you Christian Louboutin to make us switch religion. I'm not stupid, baby, but the mansion is. Me and Benji are related like we relatives. Brought the millions in. Go and get it, I'm the shit and don't need no laxative.
I get it 365, 12 months, 24/7. Gotta get it, I need it steady. No one give it all I give. They don't love us, they just love it how we live. How we live. How we live. How we live. They don't love us, they just love it how we live. 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 Say they don't love us, they just love it how we live. 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 And they don't love us, they just love it how we live.
They say in due time, but my watch broke. I know. It's a cold world, but we got coats. We grinding to make it. Yes. We shining, they hate. Yes. We ball till we fall. Every diamond's a flake. Huh? I'm signed to the pavement. I'm crossing them over. I'm backing them down. Standing tall like a soldier. These players can't hold us. It's the winner's race. Eating with Ken and Ace at a table, no dinner plates. We the best, get it straight. What's the problem, baby? Raised out of Harlem, baby. What's driving my mama crazy? They ain't trying to give it, so I gotta go get it. Harder than ever to
I
live.
get it 365, 12 months, 24/7. Gotta get it, I need it steady. No one give it all I give. They don't love us, they just love it how we live. How we live. How we live. How we live. They don't love us, they just love it how we live. 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 Say they don't love us, they just love it how we live. 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 And they don't love us, they just love us how we live. Have faith a minute, put your trust in nobody. Yeah. I said have faith a minute, but put your trust in nobody. Have faith a minute, put your faith in nobody. I done been around, halfway around the globe, probably still ain't met nobody.